Just get some water if you don't have any tea. Welcome once again to this wonderful place called BAKANGA land. This is a place where we go into the depths of critical thinking and critically examine everything that makes religion religion, and why do people continue to believe in God. In fact, we don't only have to ask why people continue to believe in God, but to the depths of it, why do people even believe in general? Why did people used to believe? And why is believing the specific action necessary in order to validate a person's God or the existence of a God? Isn't there another way to validate the existence of God without requiring the action of belief? Why is the action of belief specifically necessary? Why is that specific action necessary? Why is the most undoubtedly inconsistent act of man necessary? Every religion is a business and God is the product. It doesn't matter how you call your God, what you call your God, where your God is. It's the product. That product subsequently materializes itself into the buying and selling of false hope. I'll put it for you this way. Some people might ask, is there any usefulness to religion? Is there any usefulness to believing in God? Certainly, most religious people would say yes, right? At first glance, it's easy to directly say yes. But poop is useful to a pig. So you can cook a pig a deliciously made meal full of every nutrient that a pig could need, and put it in front of a pig and the pig wouldn't eat it. But the pig would always desire poop. You can cook a nice stew and put it before a goat, and the goat will still choose to eat grass. That is the nature of the world in which we live. You may give people the truth. People will still run away from it. And they will go after what they've always been used to. No matter how filthy it is. If you come up here and you try to argue with me, I'll take you down immediately. So come up here and go straight to your point, okay?
Hello? Oh, I just wanted to say that your lives really have helped me a lot to think, I guess.
Really?
Yeah, I started deconstructing at the age of 16, and I'm 18 now, but they really helped me. I've been watching you for a while.
Is that
And
so? I'm glad for
yeah,
your
yeah, thank you. I just want to say thank you because you help a lot of people, you know.
Tell me, how did you deconstruct?
So I was indoctrinated at a really young age, and I guess I would pray a lot and I didn't get results for certain things. I was just why isn't he helping me? But I still believed because I didn't want to go to hell. So, I still kept it. But I guess I just realized that I shouldn't wait for someone to come save me and I should save myself. So I was just I shouldn't wait if no one's going to come. So I just left. And it's been hard to deconstruct because, they told you a lot of things you're going to burn, yada, yada, a lot of things. So I've just, yeah.
What religion did you belong to?
I belong to Christianity, but I was non-denominational. I used to think the Catholics were wrong. I used to think, oh, Muslims are deceived and oh, Jesus is God and all that. That's I was hardcore in it, unfortunately.
I don't know if it's unfortunately. I think it's quite fortunate though. Because you know how they usually say that you can't know what someone is going through unless you walk in their shoes. Imagine that you had never been exposed to the religious world. It will put you in a situation where eventually you will be seduced by it, especially when you consider how religion presents itself into people's lives. I have never seen a religion that can go into someone's life when that person is not vulnerable. Like you have to be vulnerable financially, emotionally, even mentally for any religion to be appealing to you, especially a religion that you haven't practiced before. So, in your case, I'm going to ask you. So you were raised a Christian, right?
Well, my parents were, well, my family on my mom's side were Jehovah Witness, so they weren't really like, but they weren't like really strict
The
about it.
Jehovah Witness fall under the banner of Christianity.
Yeah, that's true.
So pretty much you were raised a Christian, right? What country were you raised in?
United States.
United States. All right. So how did you make the transition from from Jehovah Witnesses to non-denominational?
Well, when I was a kid, I remember they used to have like studies, like these Jehovah Witness studies. I guess like really social media, like I was really just fear mongered into the religion. So I was just like, yeah. And then like yeah, it's
You
really,
know, do you know what I would hate for you?
hmm?
I would hate for you to have left your religion just purely based off your feelings, because I encourage you to leave your religion, but there is a way that I encourage people to do it. You should do it by understanding.
Yeah, that's what I think that truly made me deconstruct was, I guess, like a lot of philosophy and just my mind, just using my brain and thinking.
Right? Critically, right? Asking
Yeah.
questions and connecting the dots of things that make sense. So, out of everything about Christianity, what is it the most that just kind of leaves you wondering? Oh
I
man, there's no way
guess
this could be true.
the benevolence of God, basically. It's hard to see it.
But then they would tell you that God does all these miracles, He heals the sick, He gives people hope. How about all that good stuff?
Yeah. I mean, I look at like the philosophy of like the problem of evil, and that
Mhm.
really just like changed my mind completely. Like you can't really look at the good and then ignore the bad. That's how I see it though.
Well, all the good stuff that happens is because God does it, and all the bad stuff that happens because it's the devil. Doesn't that make sense to you?
I mean, no. It doesn't, I mean, it makes sense, but it doesn't, I don't know.
So, where you are right now, would you say that you have morality?
I mean, yeah.
So, what is it that governs your morality since you don't believe in God anymore?
Well, I believe in God, but I'm just not like, super duper like religious. Like, I don't believe
So,
in like the
so you
Christian.
still, so you still believe in God? You haven't deconstructed to the point where you can say that there is no God?
No, I'm talking about like, I just don't believe there's like a Abrahamic God, basically.
What type of God do you think there is?
That's the thing. I think that we humanize God. I don't think there's really like a anthropomorphic God. Like if I said that word right.
You know why I'm picking your mind, right?
No, it's good. I love it. But
Yeah.
why?
So like, because the worst thing, especially considering how you came up to my program and how you've approached me, and you see how I say that every religion is a business and God is the product. And I'm not being like just specifically, I'm not specifically talking only about the Abrahamic religions. I'm talking about the idea of God itself. It's a product. So, however it is that you conceive it in your mind, unless it's marketable, it's really not useful. So there's really no need to then try to say there's anything real about God other than what's fictional. So someone that thinks in your mind that God is a fictional character, at that point, you can open any door you want to, as long as you understand that it's within the realm of fiction. But if you're trying to represent God within our reality in some form, whether you think it's a non-intelligent being or it's the universe, then you still get caught up in that mess because the word in of itself has been coined and hijacked by the religious world. And no matter how much someone says they don't believe in the Abrahamic gods or the major religious gods, you don't really have any other formula. you will still make it in your mind like that, and it will still have the same negative consequences. For example, if I take like a poison and I just change the name of the poison and maybe I lace it with something else, it doesn't change the effects of that poison, you see. So what I'm trying to get people to think and is to see the world from the perspective of non-absolute. Like there's no almighty power, there's no supreme anything. Like the
Yeah.
universe is entirely checked and balanced. So no matter how powerful something is, you will always find something more powerful than it. No matter
Mm.
how no matter how good something is, you always find something better than it. It's just a matter of time, investigation, analysis, and research. But religious people don't understand that. They create this natural blockage in their mind where they either exaggerate the situation due to their lack of understanding or their lack of knowledge, or perhaps some type of emotional weakness, right? Because sometimes we just want things to be, and then we forget that we just want them to be rather than the fact that they actually are. So in your specific situation, it doesn't seem to me like you're really struggling mentally. There might be a method to your madness. Can you go ahead and just tell me what exactly, like I asked you earlier, your morality, what governs your moral compass?
Well, I feel like empathy, like, like some things we just know, like whatever causes harm to another person, we know it's wrong. But I also feel
So
like,
what is it that compels you to do what you think is good? What is it that compels you to do it?
um, I guess
Because
like,
because if there's no one imposing punishment on you like a god, or if there's no one for you to necessarily please, how then do you stand grounded within your moral compass? And where do you get your moral compass from? I know you say empathy, but that's still kind of generic. I just want to understand you for you. Like, tell me about you for you.
well, me personally, I know that, I know that, like I said, like empathy, like if I know that if I'm causing harm to another person, then it's just not a good thing. But I feel like humans, their morality evolved with them. Like, we read things in the Bible and stuff, and we see that people were okay with harming other people because they thought it was okay at that time. So I feel like now that that's why like, some things like we read, like we're like, that is not okay. Like we read certain things that like in the Bible, it says that they killed young boy or they unalived young boys and kept young girls. We now know that that's not okay, but back then they thought it was. So I feel like we evolved with our morality. So I feel like it really just changes, honestly, for each
How about
person.
you then? How about you? Just you. So I understand how like you've done a good job describing how we naturally interact and how morality changes as it pertains to all of us as a whole, people, humans. But how about you?
Hmm.
What is it that compels you to do what you think is good?
The only answer I have is my empathy. Like, just not like really.
What do you think empathy is?
Empathy is, I guess, feeling what others feel. This is like really making me think. I'm like, damn, I've never like had to actually like think this hard. You're asking questions I've never even been asked. I'm like, damn.
There's no
Like,
harm in thinking about them because the think about your life, right? And I always tell people this: your greatest knowledge is to know that you are you. The greatest thing you will ever know. The only thing you will ever be for sure of is that you are you. Everything else you might be shrouded in doubt. Now, if you ever get to the point where you're not sure that you are you, something has happened to your mental faculty, and you won't be able to live in the real world. So if you know that you are you, then what makes you want to do good? Or what makes you think that some things are good? I'll tell you the answer, and I think it will help you go on to your next step. Seeing as you came out of the Abrahamic religions. You see, in the Abrahamic religions and all other religions, human beings naturally don't want to do what we will consider good. So they say that we are inclined to do what we would call evil. So unless somebody greater than us that has the ability to reward us or punish us imposes laws upon us, we will not be able to conduct ourselves decently, we will not be able to have any sort of self-control. So we need to be controlled by something greater than us. But when you remove that thing that is greater than us, is it still possible for human beings to maintain self-control? And what is it that would then govern that self-control? Your sense of self. You see, the self is a center of the mind, is a center of all living things within themselves. So your morality should come from your desire to survive. Think about what I have said when you have free time. It is your need for survival that should govern your sense of right and wrong. You need to have the mindset that you will do whatever you need to do to survive. And if you ever get to the point where you don't want to survive, then at that point you will have to compromise your morality. But your morality is directly proportional to your need for survival. You see, religious people, they have this intense desire to survive beyond death. So that is why religion is seductive to them, because not only do they have a hard time surviving in this world, but they are in fear of some other punishment or something else that will come after this world. And that puts them in a dilemma, because unless you give them a God that can verbally satisfy all their fantasies, then they're not sure they're going to survive. And that leaves them anxious all the time. But for you, you know you're going to die, and that's it. If you live in the real world. So your need for survival is limited to the day you were born all the way to the day you die. That's what should govern your sense of right and wrong. See, what I consider good is anything that allows me to survive and allows those who help me survive. And as a human being, my greatest allies are human beings. Next to humans, all other living things are my allies. So preserving my life and preserving the lives of other human beings increases my chances of survival. Now, if I ever found myself in a situation where a specific human being stands between me and my survival, you better as hell believe that I'll go out of my way to ensure that I end that human being's life, or I stop that from being the reason why I lose my life. That is why you see religious people, they find a way to rationalize all the things they've done over the years, because they think like I think. They just don't want to acknowledge it, right? That's why America is so righteous, but when it came time to drop the atomic bomb, they didn't even ask God's opinion. You know, that's why in Texas, you got all these religious people, but when you step on their property, they shoot you. Because human beings instinctively form their sense of right and wrong based on their need to survive. If you're hungry, you will steal. If you're hungry and no one wants to give you food, you will naturally steal. Whether you like it or not, you will steal. No one, if you know where to get food from and it's just there and you can go get it, you go get it. That's not wrong. People might disagree with you, but that's not wrong. That's just how it is. And when you catch the person who stole because they were hungry, understanding their situation, naturally you show them mercy. Now, a person who steals without the need to steal, without being hungry, that's much more than just their survival. You know, that's much more than just their survival. But I was asking you that question just to peek into your mind. Usually when young people tell me that they're deconstructing, I'm afraid sometimes that it might be emotionally driven. You see, when I came out of my religion, it was never emotional. It was like just pure thinking, pure thought. Like emotionally, I never wanted my religion to be wrong. But critically, my sense of critical thinking was greater than my emotional desires. So when I realized that my religion was wrong, I was still able to have the courage to say that I was wrong. Not only to say that, but to also announce that to other people.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. It was kind of emotional at first. I'm not going to lie, but then it turned into logical thinking. So, yeah.
Your generation is blessed. Your generation is blessed above all, because at your age, with the information available to us, the computing speed, accessibility to worldwide events, your level of critical thinking is definitely at a higher level. Like you're almost like a different species of humans. It's almost like the human being went through an evolution in the last 30 years, and you guys are like the product of it. You're like the product of the cumulative sum of all human technology and advancement all the way to this point. Believing in fantasy and imaginary being is complete misuse of all human efforts till now. Everything that we're doing in this world will eventually lead human beings to the point where we all know that there is no God. You would then see that religion was like crutches. No, religion is like the eyeglasses of a blind man. Have you ever wonder why a blind man wears glasses?
Yeah.
That's what religion is. Yeah, think about it. Why does a man whose eyes don't work wear glasses when it's completely useless? Like, he has no use for it, really. It's not like he can see other people's reactions. Well, why does he wear glasses? Why don't he just close his eyes? That's what religion is to the mind. You like put something over your mind that's completely useless.
Yeah, I agree. I agree,
Thank
but
you.
that's
Thank you.
basically all I wanted to say. Just I
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah.
thank
I know you
you.
didn't want to go into the deep conversation, but I just felt the need to kind of peek into your mind a little bit. Thank you very much.
No,
I
you're good.
appreciate it.
It helps a
And
lot.
continue your journey. Don't be afraid, okay? Like, don't be afraid. Like, you couldn't do wrong. Let's say tomorrow you get up and you're still curious about Christianity. Go to church. Read the Bible. Read the freaking Bible from beginning to end, from Genesis to Revelation. Don't be afraid to learn, even if learning means you have to participate in what you're trying to learn. So if you're curious about Islam, participate in it if you have to, if that's what it takes. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. There are no natural boundaries that can bind your mind but yourself. You can prevent yourself from growing. And same thing with Buddhism. You notice that in most major religions, they are allergic to other religions. That's how you know that religion is kind of BS. The fact that they wouldn't even allow themselves to learn about other religions.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. I
You're
appreciate you.
welcome.
Every religion is a business, the buying and selling of false hope. And this man on this screen right here, you see the guy on the screen? If you're African, you know this guy. This is one of the biggest businessmen in the religious world. He's of late, though, one of the biggest pimp. And he has a resume that is worthy of pimping. This man was pimping Africans and pimping white folks for a long time. You want to know what his number one claim was? He claimed to be a healer. This man claimed that he could heal people. This guy right here, this guy on my screen. He claimed that he could heal people. And when he died of a sickness. Mm-hmm. He died of his sickness. Of course, he looks like me. He's from West Africa, just like me. You know what I'm saying? Our people have sold their minds. And our people, I mean human beings. If you disagree with me, come up. If you don't disagree with me, come up and go straight to your point. There is no God, there never has been, there never would be. My advice to you is if you don't like what I just said, you can cry about it. If you don't want to cry about it, it is what it is. What's up, you gonna?
Good morning, brother. Good morning.
Speak closer to your phone, man. I can barely hear you.
Good morning, my brother. Good morning. How is it?
I'm doing all right, man. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Honestly,
Speak closer to your phone, bro. I can barely hear you.
yeah, I love your podcast, and I love the things you are trying to teach many of your followers.
I'm struggling to hear you, my brother.
I love what you're doing and how you are trying to educate your followers because we are living in an age where people think less and act more out of their emotions, right? And emotion is one of the worst way to reason because in our emotions we might think that we are intelligent and whatever that goes with it, we accept it as the truth.
Brother,
So
do you have headphones? Do you have headphones on?
no, I don't. I don't. I just have my normal. No, I don't have
Yeah,
any.
you might have to hold your phone very close to your face because I could barely hear you, bro.
Okay, is it clear now?
It's clear, but it's still in the background. Do you have your hand like over your microphone or is it just your phone?
No, it's just my phone.
Okay. Go ahead. Say what you were saying, but go straight to your
Okay.
point. Like I said, if we agree, I don't really want to go into in-depth conversation with people that agree with me.
Yeah. So the thing is, what you're doing is nice. to try to not actually educate people, but to let them see another perspective of viewing things. And the prophet TB Joshua, for example, myself from Nigeria, I went to his church many times, like 4 times or something, because I believed, I watched the TV, and I believed that the miracles were right and we are real. So I had to travel 8 hours from my city to Lagos, you know. So right now we've been watching the recent revelations from the BBC. So it had many people really thinking. So the thing is, some of us, or most of us, do not think until maybe something happens, and then we begin to wonder, how is it possible that such things could be possible? When you talked about the self, talking with the other lady, the self is something that the religion and its likes has actually placed a blindfold, that people do not realize that the self is the most important thing that will ever exist within a person. And if they believe that God has created everybody, and that God lives outside the person, that is one of the biggest lies that anybody would believe. Anybody who is reasoning critically, should actually sit down and ask themselves, if God is my father, right, why do I have to look for my father outside of my house, outside of myself? So that is one thing. When you talked about self, I love how you say that is the center of everything that exists. So each of us, each man, each woman, has in the center of their being the God that they are looking for. When you are talking about what is the greatest God, well, which God is real, which God is greater, whatever, people fail to understand this, that no matter how much knowledge about God we think that we are learning in religion, that it never touched about God. I mean, religion does not even in any way talk about God. It gives you a concept of what they want you to believe God is, and it is also left for you as a person with God's intelligence to now begin to try to figure out what God is. But just like everything within the system, both our education and everything, they are only trying to give us a roadmap, not to guide us to the real, but a roadmap to our intelligence, to try to use our God-given intelligence to try to figure things out for ourselves. Because there is nobody in this life who can teach you and who can really lead you to anything meaningful as regards to God, as regards to truth, as regards to anything that has meaning. So each of us has to know that we have been given the grace, we have been given the power, we have been given the authority to figure things out. And any person who is trying to teach you that, it's a mystery, you cannot figure it out, you just have to read your Bible to find out, you just have to read your Quran, you just have to read whatever religious books to find out who you are, to find out what God is, all those things are just pure lies. Everybody, you, me, and people who are watching, you are the center of your world, and your morality, your belief system, anything that you are talking about has to stem from your own self. But as long as you are not doing that, and you are listening to whatever that is written in the name of a God, or whatever that is written in the name of a professor or expert or whatever, professional, we are always going to find ourselves in the wrong path of life. As long as
Thank
we
you
are,
so much, my brother.
yep,
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, okay? Like I said, at some point it gets redundant. But what you're saying is true. It's just another way of saying what I have been saying.
sure.
I appreciate you, okay, Ogana?
Yeah, greetings to you, my brother. Keep doing the
And
good.
there might yet be hope for your people in Nigeria. As long as men like TB Joshua get exposed, this professional scammer, Africans like to worship preachers, so called men of God. The idea that there is a man of God is just one of the most ridiculous thing that you can conceive in your head.
Yeah.
You know, it's
But
ridiculous.
But do you know
And
what is funny is that even though they get exposed, many of them are still going to be like, this is the Satan working over time. This is the work of the devil. They are trying to, destroy the faith of people in
it's
God.
cognitive dissonance. It's cognitive dissonance. Like you said, they like critical thinking. So it doesn't take us by surprise. It is what it is. Nevertheless, we're gonna thank you so much. Okay, bro. I appreciate you, man.
Greetings, my brother.
Many of you come to my program, and I'm gonna ask you, what do you come to do here? Do you come to watch me pretty much embarrass religious people? Do you come to my program because you just don't have anything better to do? Or are you actually processing these things that I talk about? Because you don't have any reason to waste your time, you know? You don't need to waste your time here. Now, if you're a religious person and you're here, it's because you know that what I say is true. Like, I don't really lie. I have no reason to lie. Like, nothing that I say is really a lie. Like, I go out of my way to make sure that nothing I say is a lie. And because of that, if you disagree with me, it's because you have an internal conflict within your mind. And if you're angry at me, it's because I have told you the truth that you don't want to hear. You see what I'm saying? If what I'm saying is true and you agree with me, it's because you can also see it for yourself. Of course, it's like, why am I even here? Why am I here? I know you guys like to ask me that question multiple times, and I like to answer it in a very silly way. I say, I'm here because I can. Usually that's an answer that most people can't deal with. They can't handle. But yeah, talking about guys like TB Joshua, TD Jakes, Joel Osteen, the Pope, Billy Graham, all these so-called famous pastors, those are just businessmen. They have merchandise religion. They have merchandise religion. They take away your real money in exchange of something that is not real. As long as they keep you in that perpetual state of ignorance, they can always constantly mine you for every dime, the same way you milk a cow. You know, the owner of the farm has a good reason why he doesn't want to kill his cow. Because the cow gives him milk. If he kills the cow and eats the cow one time, then the meat will finish. But if he keeps the cow, then the cow can give him meat for 10 years. Can give him milk for 10 years. The cow can even give birth to other cows. You know what I'm saying? Most religious people are like female cows. Somebody's just milking you, and you don't even realize it. Just because they give you grass to eat. Just because they give you grass to eat. I spent a whole month, damn near a whole month, asking you religious people which God is the true God. And I didn't speak to anyone successfully that was able to remotely come close to putting forth and stating a case that remotely made sense. You believe in God until somebody asks you why your God is the true God. You have been overcome by your emotions. You are swimming in a river of ignorance and you're drowning in that ocean of ignorance. If you will only let me, I, BAKANGA, I will pull you out of the depths of that ocean of pitiful ignorance. There is no God, my friends. All that feeling that you're having, they're just your feelings, a product of your imagination. The highest authority on earth are the governments that are formed by man. The highest authority in the human world are the governments formed by man. And the way men form governments, it's one or two people come together and they conjure up similar ideas. And then they arm themselves to impose those ideas on others who don't have the ability to fight back. And when those who don't have the ability to fight back realize that they cannot fight back, 9 times out of 10, they yield. They yield. Nobody's gonna meet your God when they die. Stop promoting useless threats. If we can't meet your God while we're alive, you really think we're foolish enough to not know that we're not? Listen, if we can't meet your God right now, we're not going to meet him when we die. It's just common sense. You really think, who do you think you're talking to? Do you really think you're talking to people whose brains don't work? Oh, you won't worry, you're going to meet him when you die. Bro, if I can't meet him when I'm alive, you really think I'm going to believe you that I'm going to meet him after I die? You realize that meeting is something you do while you're alive? Like, no one has ever died and said they met anything. Because people who have died don't say anything, can't say anything. That's how you know there's no life after death, because for there to be life after death, someone has to die and come back. But you've never seen a person who died and whose body decomposed and then suddenly materialized out of nothing to come and tell you what is after death. Death is exactly what we observe. It is the end of life, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not, you can lie to yourself. You can conjure up anything you want to conjure up in your mind. Just because you are afraid and your legs are shaking doesn't mean that the rest of us have to be like you. Do you know what you have to lose? You have to lose your peace of mind. You're living a miserable life for no reason. By believing in God and believing in life after death, you are making your current moment miserable for no reason. You are living a miserable life for no reason. Useless threat. Do you know how many human beings have come before you? Do you know how many hellfires there are? There's a hellfire in every religion. There's a different God judging people in every religion. Which one is going to judge you? So you're going to go to the Muslim God, that one will judge you. Then you go to the Christian God, that one will also judge you. Then you also go down to the Hindu God. Please, make use of your brain, my people. You must make use of your brain. It's embarrassing. You're an embarrassment to yourself. I'm encouraging you to make use of your brain. Just think for one moment. Think without your feelings. What's up, man? What you got for me? Go straight to your point.
I have a question. I know your beliefs, right? And my question is, because I'm stuck between not believing and believing. So my question is, if there's not a God, the spiritual aspect and having experience with what I would say phenomenon, spiritual phenomenon. What do I won't say what I stand on, but where do I lean? Having this experience and then having knowledge of doctrination, I should say, and then you have people like yourself who speak on the truth, and then you listen to this, and then you feel as though that something seems right here, right? And you're challenged in your mind. But to me, my question is to you personally, but not your personal experience, but what gave you that push to say, you know what, I truly believe in what I believe in?
I don't believe in anything. So I simply came to the understanding that nothing is worthy of belief. So you can only believe in worthless things. But things that are worthy are only worthy to be known. And knowing is a higher level of establishing reality from the perspective of a sentient being. You will never know the road unless you walk the road. You'll never know how fresh water is. Somebody cannot describe to you how fresh water is until you drink that water. You can believe what you want to believe about water. Until you drink it, you won't know what it is. No one can describe to you how sweet sugar is until you taste that sugar. That is the way you establish reality. So having that understanding and having a decent amount of self-control, I was able to separate my emotional desires from my critical thinking born desires. So there are some things that you experience because of how you feel. Those things that you experience because of how you feel are things that always happen only within your body. But to experience things outside of yourself, it will always be based on how you think. You see? So human beings have the ability to alter their reality through their emotions. If you can separate those two, you will always be able to see the world as it is. You see, when I see something happening in the world, there's always two perspectives: what I want it to be and what it actually is. If I see it
Okay.
for what it is and I don't like it, then I will begin to desire for it to be what I want it to be. If it doesn't become what I want it to be, I can just pretend as if it's what I want it to be. If I pretend long enough, then I will forget that it is not what I want it to be. That's exactly what it takes to believe in God. You have to look at the world, see no God, and then just pretend like there is a God there. That's in a nutshell the most simplistic way. I'm telling you that if there is a God, you need to make that God evident as it is common to men. That's not too much to ask for. That's not offensive. That's not insulting. That is rational. That is respectful. That is comprehensive. If your God is something that you can only produce through the weapons or the lenses of your imagination, what is the probability that you are simply experiencing a mental crisis and you're calling it a spiritual experience? Did you know that every spiritual experience is a mental crisis? There is no spiritual experience that is not consistent with a malfunction at the mental level. You name one. Name a single spiritual experience. Every time somebody says that they had a spiritual experience, it's the same thing as people who are on drugs. In fact, there's no spiritual experience that you can have that someone who does some type of drug out there cannot have. If you saw angels when you have drums, if you saw angels, there is someone out there who was doing mushrooms who also saw angels. If you are feeling a good feeling, there's somebody smoking marijuana out there that's having a good feeling. Why do you think people call smoking marijuana getting high? It's a
Right.
high feeling. It's a high feeling. So especially when people go to these religious places called churches, they are chasing that high feeling. They are chasing a high. Do you know why human beings naturally chase a high? Because it distracts us from what is real. A person who is used to living in the real world doesn't need to get high. You need to get high because you need a break. You need to drink beer and get drunk because what does beer do? Beer disorients you. It makes you disoriented, right? Especially if you have it in excess. And we do it to distract ourselves because we know we're going to sober up. The problem is most people never sober up from their religion because they are constantly under a dosage. The belief in God is something you need to sober up from. Because yeah, you may believe in it, but when are you gonna sober up and realize that it's just a belief? Like, bro, like you just had to believe that because life was tough. Or because you
I
didn't
mean, you
know.
kind of answer my next question, like even before I could even ask, because you spoke on just like if somebody coming to assault you or threaten your life, you're not gonna allow that to happen. You're gonna protect yourself. In that
That is not always
experience,
my
people are
morality.
gonna right. Some people are gonna look at that as, hey, I mean, it's a bad thing. But then you naturally are gonna protect yourself.
There is no one who thinks that doing whatever it takes to protect yourself is a bad thing. Who wouldn't do the same thing? Religious people all do it. That's what I give an example, like in Texas, right? There's
Right,
many
right,
Christians in Texas. But if you step on their property, they will shoot you.
right.
They don't think about Jesus when they're shooting you. No, when they don't like you, they condemn you to hellfire. You know, and that's one of my biggest problems with religion. One of the
That's
biggest
crazy, man.
inconsistencies. Religious people don't have the ability to practice what they preach. There is not a single religion in this world where people can practice what they preach. And let me tell you something, bro. A person who can practice what they preach doesn't even preach. You see, you
Wow.
simply observe their practice,
Right,
especially
right.
when it comes to things of the religious nature. Any religious person who's really practicing his religion will never preach.
I agree with that because I have experienced more with people who call themselves um theorists. I don't know exactly how to say it, but theories with different theories. I have more experience with things what people talk about than what religion talk about. I have yet to experience anything spiritual when it comes to religion. But um, different stuff, theories that, like seeing stuff in the skies and stuff like that, theories that people talk about, I have experienced these firsthand. And I question, like, hey, if the Bible's supposed to be the book and the religion, I mean, not pinpoint any religion, but religion's supposed to be the top of the line, how come I've not experienced anything religiously, but I have experienced a lot of things outside of religion?
Because religion is not the only thing that has the ability to give one a mental crisis. It is not. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here and you're not hitting the like button, what are you doing? Come on, y'all. Why do y'all just like to come chill and not hit the like button? Type the screen. That's how we do it. Let's get to 100,000 likes. The algorithm doesn't work unless you tap the screen, y'all. You gotta tap the screen. Okay? We're chilling. If you don't like to be here, listen, no one is forced to be here. If you don't want to be here, leave. Don't sit in my live show and begin to generate negative emotions inside of you when all you can do is leave. Like, what's stopping you from just leaving? Some of you even get to the point where you start reporting my live show. Listen, if you have to report my live show, it's because you hate what I'm saying and you can't stop me. So you're now you're acting out your wickedness.
BAKANGA, believe it or not, when I first experienced or I first viewed your video, I was extremely offensive. I was like, what is this man talking about? Like, oh my God, like, is he for real? And then it hit me like, bro, just wake up, bro. Like, you really realize some of the stuff that he's talking about, it hitting home too easy. It's like, it's right there. And you just disregard it because of something you've been learning or something you learned from a long time ago or been learning. Like, you can't just do that. You just got to sit down and listen. And I sat down a whole 12-hour shift at work, and I just listening to you talk and communicate with the people. And I was like, bro, I don't know this man, but at some point I would like to talk to him personally, like how we're talking right now. At some point I need it to happen because I do have questions. And I mean, it's only the questions I have right now because like this came like when I hit it, I wasn't expecting to actually come in with you and speak with you tonight. So the questions is kind of basic. But I do have some questions for you. I'm gonna try and be prepared for the next time. But I do appreciate what you're doing. It brings a lot of knowledge and wisdom to our people, not just our people, but anybody who are willing to listen. And I appreciate that. I really do. But my first encounter with you, I was like,
I appreciate you too. I appreciate you too.
yes.
I do.
I don't want to hold you up, but I'm right here listening.
No problem. If you can listen, you're definitely a better man than me. You're definitely a better man than me. Thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you guys something. Religious people are not the only ones who are seeking a high. Many among you who don't believe in God are also seeking a high. Who understands the meaning of the word sober? Sober. To be sober-minded means that your mind is not under the influence of anything. That means that your mind is doing exactly what it's supposed to do, like a filter. You know how to filter information and then put that information to use. You see, a religious person's mind doesn't have the ability to filter information. So all the waste that should be filtered remains in their mind. That's an unhealthy mental diet. Your mental health is a system that needs to be fed, but it needs to be fed a balanced diet. Religious belief is like junk food. it will make you fat. It will make you fat. And no matter how successful you are in this life, if you believe in God, your potential will always be limited because you have put something above yourself. I always say this to y'all religious folks. What is it that you know more than the fact that you know that you are you? Did you know that you cannot know anything in this world if you don't know that you are you? If you don't know that you are the one who is knowing, how can you know that what you know is something that you know? The first step in this whole debacle is to know that you are you. You need to invest time knowing yourself. You'll never know yourself by trying to be like somebody else. The reason, the way you will know that you are you is because you are different from everyone else that looks like you. What makes you you is not necessarily just how you look. It's not how you sound. It's not how you walk. It's how you think. If how you think is consistent with reality, the information flows through you the way a river flows. You can even create a mental dam in your head and control the flow of that water yourself. Look at this guy, TB Joshua. I know that some of his supporters are in here. This your pastor is a scammer. He was a scammer and would always be a scammer. Every pastor in Africa who's like this guy is a scammer. They're not a scammer because it's bad to do business. No, that's not what makes them a scammer. What makes them a scammer is that they don't want to tell you that what they're doing is business. To the point where they have now become thieves. This man was abusing and exploiting people for years, and Africans saw it. They could see it. They could see what was happening. There are even some right now, the man is dead, and they still don't want to come out and acknowledge the truth because they have glorified him in their minds. This man used to broadcast a TV show on a TV channel called Emmanuel TV. There is not a single miracle that ever happened in TB Joshua's church that was a real miracle. It was all forgeries. It was all fake. Stop telling me that you can prove me wrong in the comment section. Come up here and talk to me. Christianity is a franchise system. It's a franchise. Every time a pastor starts a new church, he's opening a new franchise. Every time you come up with your own brand of Christianity, you are starting your own franchise. You've been enfranchised. You want to know what headquarters is? Headquarters is in the Vatican, Roman Catholic Church. McDonald's food is junk food. Isn't McDonald's classified as junk food? Has anyone ever classified McDonald's as healthy food? Does anyone know? Is there any healthy food at McDonald's? Those of you who watched that documentary, when I say that Christianity is a franchise, I'm telling you that it's a business. And the product is false hope. False hope. Because that hope does not materialize while you are alive. The hope of Christianity is a hope that does not materialize while you're still alive. It's a hope that is supposed to materialize after you die. But when you've died, you don't have a chance to experience anything. So how can there be hope after death when death is the end of all things? Pharaoh, are you going to be a keyboard warrior or are you going to come up here and talk? Jesus has never done anything good for anybody because Jesus Christ doesn't do anything good for anybody. Jesus is not real. Jesus Christ doesn't do anything. People use that name to do stuff. And 100% of the time, it's always to convert or to scam. Mr. Uncle Fatty, stop wasting your energy in the comment section and come up here. If you're going to be in the comment section, you are an embarrassment to intelligence. Take that energy and that time that you're using to type and come and vocalize yourself. Yeah, tap the screen. Tap the screen. That's the least you could do. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be selfish. You're over here enjoying free enlightenment. I'm giving you enlightenment. Where else are you going to find this information in the same way that I'm giving it to you? I'm telling you the unfiltered truth with zero care for your emotions, because you have to be emotionally mature enough to hear these things. God does not exist. The God that you believe in is a figment of your imagination. I will say it as many times as I need to until it clicks in the back of your head. You know what? If you tap the back of your head, it might click quicker. Oh yeah, Pharaoh was BAKANGA a long time ago. I already told you, I spent a whole month asking religious people which God is the true God, and they all came up here and fumbled. There was not a single religious person that could even tell me why their God is supposed to be a true God. Oh, don't get me wrong. I can do a good monologue. I can sit down and talk. I can talk to you. I can talk to you for a long time, and I won't get tired. I like to talk to religious people because when you're doing surgery, it's much easier to do it up close rather than in a distance. And it's good to be able to see the response of your patients. There is one true God in your imagination, Pharaoh. That's what it's always going to be. One true God. Did you know that the Bible does not even say that there's one true God? There's nowhere in the Bible where it says there's one true God for everybody. Every time the Bible says there's one God, it's always talking only to Israel. Only to Israel. It's never talking to the whole world. Some of you don't know how to read English or whatever language it is that you speak. The Bible does not say, anyone that can come up here and show me where the Bible says there's one true God for the whole world, come and show it to me. There's one true God and you only have to listen to me. Can you prove that the other gods are not true gods? I'm sorry, my brother, but that is the most uneducated thing you can say. To say that there's one true God and yet you cannot prove how false the other gods are. You expect us to just take your word at it, that there's one true God without evidence? There's one true star. If we look up in the sky and we see billions of stars, how can you then tell us that there's only one true star? That is weird. Religion is like stars. There's many of them. You cannot count the number of religions in this world. Just like you cannot count the number of stars. If somebody tells you that the sun is the one true star, just because the sun is the biggest one, that person is a buffoon. The sun, our sun is a star, but there are many other stars in the sky. And because there are many, none of them can be the one true one. They cannot be a one true star. It's impossible that there's a one true God. It's an impossibility. It is logically impossible, rationally impossible, realistically impossible. But do you know what happens when you believe that there's one true God? You become the servant of whoever told you that there's one true God. There is no human being in this world that would just get up one morning and say there's one true God without being told by somebody else, without evidence. There is no child that ever woke up from sleep and said, oh, there's one true God. If you put a bunch of children and you raise them, they don't get up one day and say there's one true God. That is an idea that was fabricated in the mind of the colonizers so as to use a uniting force to impose their doctrines and their traditions on other people. There's no such thing as a holy book. A book where there is murder, genocide, and killing is not a holy book. Use your brain. If there is murder and genocide in a book, it is not a holy book. A book where your God commands you to go and exterminate entire nations is not a holy book. That is quite toxic. That is quite toxic. The Bible is toxic. The Bible is very, very toxic. In fact, unfortunately, if you're not skilled in the English language, don't even read the Bible. Don't read the Bible if you don't know how to speak English. You'll be confused. You'll be 10 million times confused. Learn how to speak English first. Like gain a little bit of mastery over the language that you speak before you read the Bible. Don't read the Bible when you haven't yet gained mastery over your language. You'll be extremely confused. You're going to be worse than you were before you read it. You will never be able to accept reality. Nobody needs to be, you see, you say even the atheist believes in God when it's inconvenient. Oh, bro, that means that religious people believe in God because their lives are always inconvenient. You're saying it, Pharaoh. You're correct. God is something you believe in times of inconvenience. So you are living an inconvenient life. That's why you believe. Even atheists believe in God when life is inconvenient. So that means that religious people only believe in God when life is inconvenient. When life is convenient, why do you need to believe in anything? Have you ever seen a person whose life is going great praying 24 hours a day? No. You only pray when you have problems. You guys have too many problems in your life you can't solve, so you have chosen to delude yourself. If you stop believing in God, your life will not change at all. You will still go to work. You will still come home. You still have to feed your kids. You still have to pay your bills. And by believing in God, it doesn't make you get a better job or get paid more. Believing in God has never increased anybody's wages. It has never reduced the amount of work you have to do. If I put water in the glass, believing in God cannot increase the amount of water in that glass. It will not make the glass less cold or hotter. The belief in God is a useless phenomenon that takes place in the human brain. It is similar to what happens when you are under the influence of a drug or alcohol. It would not be so bad if we didn't have a need to coexist and to grow. But we have a need to grow because our need to grow is directly proportional on our survival. Our survival in this world, living together, is contingent on our ability to coexist. And bearing extreme beliefs, extremist beliefs, radical beliefs impedes our abilities to coexist. Anyone who believes in God is anti-human. You guys like to talk about antichrist? Do you want to know what is worse than an antichrist? An anti-human. You don't even like yourself. You're anti-yourself in exchange of something that you read in a book. I'd rather be pro-human and anti-Christ. You can call me anti-Christ. In fact, you can even call me the devil himself. If all I'm saying is that I want all human beings to coexist and that we should abandon ideas that divide us. Divisiveness doesn't benefit us. Our unity is a product of our critical thinking, not of our emotions. We unite because we know we have a better chance of surviving. If you go in the jungle and you live among the animals, unless you unite yourself with other human beings, you will not survive in the jungle. Human beings are animals that can only survive in the wild by sticking together. Not because of their feelings, but because they understand that we are stronger when we are greater in numbers. It's a product of critical thinking. all you religious goats, man, all around, failing to listen.
Oh, but was good. I'm gonna be quick. I'm about to go live on my channel in a bit, but I just wanted to say, look, just look at. That's all I wanted to come up and say, and just let you know, keep up the good work. You've been doing great things.
You have spoken, my brother. You have spoken.
Now let me go praise Lord Zeno. I gotta go praise Lord Zeno real quick. Peace.
Get on the airwaves and bakangalize those folks.
I got you.
Yes, sir. What's up, man?
Yo, man, what's up?
What you got for me? Go straight to your point.
Nah, man, I literally just jumped on to your channel. This is my first time on, so I just saw a picture over there of TB Joshua.
What do you want to say about TB Joshua?
Nah, nothing much. I actually wanted to find out what you got to say about him, because I've just been seeing a whole bunch of stuff going on around.
What else am I going to tell you? That he was a scammer, an abuser, and an exploiter of human beings in the name of his God? It would be easy for us to forgive him if he was just being a human being. But he claimed that he had some special anointing from a special God when he was just a thief all along. Just another fellow bank robbers. But he was robbing the banks of people's brains. He was robbing people of their critical thinking, manufacturing fake and false miracles.
Yeah, that's true, and it's said that is what took place with him, and it takes place with a lot of African church leaders, where they exploit people because of their desperation,
An ignorant person is easy to manipulate. You can take a rock and convince them that it's an apple, and they will still bite the rock. That's what TB Joshua was doing. He was giving people stones while convincing them that those stones were mangoes, and they were eating it and wondering why they always had problems every day. It is not a matter of speculation or conspiracy theory. Hundreds of women were getting abused directly by TB Joshua himself. You can sit here and say, you think that those women in that video are the only ones?
Obviously not.
Over the years, there's nothing false about those accusations. All those accusations are legitimate.
Yeah, man. No, man. I actually am just going to subscribe to your channel. This is some good stuff. We need more people like you with critical thinking. You know what I mean, my brother? You keep up the good work, and we appreciate people like you that challenge the narrative that is just being pushed out there for people to think for themselves. You know what I mean?
The beginning of a storm. It is the worst nightmare of all religious goats. They think that it's going to be the end of the world. Do you know that religious people have convinced themselves that the end of their religion is synonymous to the end of the world? No. Let me tell you something, my dear Muslims, my dear Christians. Your religion would end, but the world would not end. People will move past your belief systems. Your religions are just one of many that have come throughout the ages. Human beings have been in this world for millions of years. They have believed all types of nonsense. Empires have been built and they have crumbled. You understand? We are just living in an age where, due to science and technology and the increase in the standard of living, people don't need to depend on supernatural beings anymore. We have systems that work 100 times more efficiently. Anyone that goes to religion to go and find hope and peace is someone who is delusional. They're not living in the real world. It's like a man who chooses to walk from South Africa to Egypt instead of just getting on an airplane. Do you know what kind of, how uneducated you have to be as an African? You need to travel to Egypt and you think you're just going to walk. Of course you can walk, but the probability that you will get there in time and healthy is very low. So anyone who has critical thinking would either drive a car or fly a plane or even use a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Convincing us that believing in God is useful in 2023 is like trying to convince us that you should travel 1,000 miles on foot when we have cars. You're not even suggesting that we use a horse. Listen, if you live in America, traveling from Texas to California, anyone who's doing that journey on a horse is a person who's living in a stone age. You're not living in the real world. There is no logical person that will get on a horse to travel from Texas to California. Everybody that has common sense will get on a plane. So you want to know what it means? It means we don't believe in horses anymore. Horses are no longer an efficient form of transportation. Horses cannot satisfy our transportation needs. So we move past them. We let them be. It is an old relic. Same thing is true with all these religions. These religions have, the utility of religion has expired. So the religious leaders, what they're trying to do is convince people that the technologies and the improvements, the fruitfulness of man's own hands cannot be relied upon. How about you go and get on an airplane and then tell Jesus to come and fly the airplane for you? No, the airplane can only be flown by a trained individual who is not trained by going to church. It's not a pastor that flies a plane. The pilot doesn't need you to believe anything. You just sit in the plane and the pilot will do his job.
No, man. I'm hearing your critical thinking. I definitely will join your lives more often, man. But thank you for the good job. You keep it.
I will never fail to help you enlighten yourself.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
You're welcome. Thank you too. Religion helps a person stay ignorant by ignoring reality. Religion teaches you to ignore things that you shouldn't ignore. That's what I mean by it makes you ignorant. The religion of a Muslim makes him ignorant to the religion of the Christians, to the religion of the Buddhists, to the technology in the world. Any religion that tells you that it is the only way, it's ignorance. It's telling you to ignore all other ways and go one way only. A way that has not proven to work. Don't worry. CB Joshua is not the only one. All those other scammers in Africa are about to be exposed. I don't think you guys understand the power of social media. With the power of social media, we would undress, we would dissect, and all these scammers will be exposed as scammers. And then they will have the appropriate place in human history and in human civilization. When they no longer could colonize the lands, they started colonizing your minds, installing viruses in your mind. Listen, the belief in God is a virus that you contract when you're very young. You get infected with that virus at a very young age, so you never know what life is like if you never would have believed. I don't believe in anything. Aliens are not something you need to believe in. You don't need to believe in aliens. Why do we take that word belief and throw it away? You don't need to believe in things to make those things real or valid. If something is there, why do you need to believe in it? This is a remote control. Why do I need to believe in the remote control? It's a remote control. Does believing in the remote control change what it is? No, I just need to know how to use it. And I'll never know how to use it unless I can grab it and put it to use. So experience. Pastor Chris is a thief, a pimp. Chris Ayikmole is a pimp. He's been pimping your brains for a long time with lies, while he has been enjoying money and sex, unlimited money and unlimited sex. If you don't like what I'm saying, please, you don't have to be here. You can leave anytime. TD Jakes is a twerker. He likes to twerk. He was caught on camera twerking. Joe Austin is a pimp. The Pope is a pimp. They have been pimping your brains. We need to fight against brain trafficking. That's what I'm doing here. I am an advocate against brain trafficking, mentality trafficking. All your religious leaders, they have your brains hanging in their kitchens with the lies that have been telling you. You are God's chosen. Nobody has chosen you. There's no God that has chosen you. Nobody is choosing you. If you don't choose yourself, you will never be chosen. You are God's chosen. You are the children of God. Your fathers and your mothers must be irresponsible. That's why you need God to be your father. Why do you need God to be your father? Are you fatherless? Only a fatherless person needs to imagine another father. Maybe you don't even have uncles. God is my father. We are children of God. Children of God, and yet you behave more like devils. I will beat you up with the truth. I will lash you with the truth. The truth you don't want to hear, I will say it to you. You can be angry, you can be disgusted, you can hate me, but you will still hear me. You have no choice. You will listen to me, and you cannot resist my voice. None of you religious individuals can resist my voice. My voice penetrates into the depths of your minds and tears through all the BS, exposing reality. My words shine into your mind like sunlight shining into a cave for the first time in 1,000 years. You have been lied to, and it's okay that you have been lied to. But now that you know that you have been lied to, take on responsibility in your own life. You are the only governor that should govern your mind. Even if the government makes laws, you obey the laws of the government because you want to. You should never obey the laws of the government out of emotions or feelings. Critical thinking. If the government makes a law that you don't like, follow the appropriate political process and change it. That is why policies need to be changed, because some policies are made in times of ignorance. When the US Constitution was written, Black people were not free. So that constitution was made in a time of ignorance, but it later on was amended because somebody was thinking critically, not because people were reading religious books. It was not the Bible who set the slaves free. In fact, the Bible was there on the day they were enslaving the slaves, and the Bible did nothing to deter that enslavement. It was not religion that set the slaves free. It was secularism. It is the secular way of thinking that has created all the freedoms that we have in this world today. If it was up to your religion, you will all be on the farm like cattle and sheep. Religion has never set anybody free. Religion actually enslaves. It doesn't matter which one it is. When a man has told you that you shouldn't live the way you want to and you must live the way that man wants to, and yet that man cannot practice what he tells you to do, the best teachers don't even call themselves teachers. The best teacher teaches without saying a word. And when he says a word, his words are not words intended to teach. You don't learn from him. You learn with him. You don't learn from a teacher. You learn with the teacher. Your teacher is not someone you learn from. Your teacher is someone you learn with. You get it? Do you get it? If you don't get it, your brain must have been, you've left your brain in somebody's church. Go and collect your brain and come back. If you don't get what I'm saying right now, go to church and collect your brain and bring it back here. A teacher is not someone you learn from. And there is a very important reason why you don't learn from them. So you don't accidentally elevate the individual above the value of the information the individual presents. The moment you call a human being a man of God, you have made that human being God in your head. Because you can no longer see God without seeing that human being. That human being becomes a barrier between you and what you think God is. God is now behind the curtain. If you need to go and have a man of God talk to you, if you need another man to teach you about God, you are begging to be scammed. I am here to break down all altars. Every altar shall be... You notice that there's an altar in every church. Yes, I have come to burn them all down, break them with my words, shatter those altars to all those fake deities you call gods. All those fake deities. Let me tell you something. The true God requires no worship. The true God requires no praise. The true God requires no heaven, requires no hellfire, because the true God does not exist. You get it? If you don't get it, go back to your church and to your mosque and collect your brain and come back. Then you will get it. The true God requires no worship. The true God requires no praise. The true God requires no hellfire. The true God does not give rewards. The true God does not give punishments, because the true God does not exist. All gods that exist are false gods. They are no gods. They are simply men masquerading as gods in exchange for a few sweet words that pervert your mind, tweaks your brain, and render your critical thinking useless. You become nothing short of a tool in another man's hands, in a world where you can so freely roam like the beasts of the field or like the birds of the sky. You're like a fish in an aquarium that is located in the middle of the ocean. Yes, you, believer, those of you who believe in God, you are like a fish in an aquarium in the middle of the ocean, deep, thousands of feet in the depths of the ocean, too afraid to come out of your cage. You're like a bird in a cage and the cage is wide open, but you wouldn't leave the cage. Don't fear me, fear my words if you are ignorant, because my words require you to think for yourself. Only those who have courage can listen to me. I'm not joking with you. I'm not talking to you with any other man's authority. I speak with the authority of my own words. I am the author of what I'm saying. It is not a matter of belief. I don't need you to believe me. You don't have to believe me. Don't believe me. In fact, don't believe me. I'm telling you. I'm not being sarcastic. Don't believe me. Just listen and understand me. But there is one thing that is impossible. You would only be able to understand me if you think for yourself. That is why I don't require belief when I say the things I say. I only require understanding. Because understanding, the prerequisite for understanding is critical thinking. Think for yourself. I often say, like I said earlier, nothing in this world is worthy of belief. A believer is like a man who lives by eating stones. Your lifespan is very short. So you're so depressed in this world. This world has overwhelmed you. Now you are imagining a fictional place that you want to go to. Can you imagine? I drink cold water and then I want to go to heaven. Why would I want to go to heaven? A person who wants to go to heaven is a person who has never drank fresh water. If you give a human being a choice, why would any human being want to go anywhere else other than be here? Heaven is not a good enough reward. If God exists and God wants to reward you, he will reward you by letting you stay in this world without dying. If your God can save you, he will save you from even dying in the first place. If your God has to save you after you've died, that is a scam. This is for you Christians. If your God has to wait for the glass to get broken before he repairs the glass, do you know what that's called? That's called second hand. That's a second hand. That's a used car. That's a used car. Damaged product. That's a repaired product. You're going to be second-hand human beings. That's what you think you're going to be in heaven? Broken glass that was put back together? If your God is so powerful, why don't he just stop you from dying in the first place? Why is that so difficult? You just don't get it. I get it. You know I get it. You just don't like what I'm saying, Pharaoh. I get it. Those who believe in God are deluded. Listen, everything I'm doing right now and everything I'm saying is the same thing that you say when you tell an alcoholic that alcohol is bad for them. Do you know any alcoholic that knows that alcohol is bad for them? No. An alcoholic is an alcoholic because they don't know that alcohol is bad for them. You can say it to them. They might even shake their head and agree with you, but they go right back to drinking because they don't know. A person who knows that alcohol is bad for them does not drink. Their action will reciprocate with their thinking. Their actions will be consistent with their way of thinking. If you know that poison is going to kill you and you still eat the poison, that's called suicide. What normal person who does not want to commit suicide but would intentionally eat poison when you know that the poison is poison? If I said to you that, oh, I will never commit suicide, and then you give me a glass of water, you give me a Gatorade, and you tell me, hey, there is sulfuric acid in there. If I don't want to commit suicide, I will not drink the sulfuric acid. But there's no way I can be like, oh yeah, I don't want to commit suicide. Oh, what is this, sulfuric acid? Oh. Yeah. Waste of human potential. A waste of human potential. Grow up, okay? Grow up. You don't need nobody to be your daddy, your sky daddy. You don't need a father who lives in heaven. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our McDonald's and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive the Japanese by dropping bombs on them, as we forgive the Africans by colonizing them, as we forgive the Christians by waging jihad on them. You know what? Somebody needs to come up with the ladies' prayer. Our Mother who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, and thy kingdom come. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our fufu, so we can eat it with our eba and okra. Yes. Why is it only our Father who art in heaven? What happened to your mother who is in heaven? If someone said to you, our Father who is in heaven, wouldn't you logically think they also have a mother who is in heaven? That's why Christianity is the most illogical. Even Islam is more logical than Christianity, if you can even call it logical. The Muslim can argue more from a logical perspective than the Christian. Christianity is the most confusing. They say God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. The Father is not the Son is not the Father. The Father is not the Spirit, the Father is not the Son. The Spirit is not the Son, the Spirit is not the Father, but they are one person. Huh? That is a perversion of English language. Someone needs to lock you up in English language jail. If there's two different individuals, how can they be the same person? Is that not madness? Tell me, is that not madness? Trinity. If you believe in the Trinity, that means your brain has been wasted 3 times. That's what the Trinity is. Your brain has been destroyed 3 times. Trinity. So I'm counting 3 people, but it's 1 person. Who taught you how to do math? You need to go back and study arithmetic. Aish. An embarrassment to our educational system. A disgrace to all intelligent individuals. Trinity. God is one, but he's 3 people. Yes, God is one, but he's 3 people. That's why Africans were very bad at mathematics. Very bad. We cannot calculate simple technology. Because you haven't yet done the math of the Trinity. You know, in mathematics, the Trinity will be equals to it does not exist. The answer to the Trinity is Jesus, the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit equals to does not exist. If you can do that math, you will pass every math test in your life. You will never fail a math test. You are failing a math test. You are failing your math test because you believe in the Trinity. The Trinity is an anti-mathematical concept. I don't drink alcohol. Every once in a while, socially, if I go to a social event and I have to drink, I'll drink 2 beers. 2 beers. That's my limit. If I drink 2 beers, my head, I don't even know which way is north anymore. Yes, I cannot handle my alcohol. It's not my thing. I don't smoke marijuana. Can you imagine a brain like my own? This is a vape. I do not believe in God. Believing in God damages your brain. It makes you ineffective. It makes you incapable of coming up with new things. I used to tell people a long time ago. The only way to know God is to become God. If you try to become God and you are not able to become God, it's because God does not exist. You get it? If you don't get it, your brain does not work. The only way to know God is to become God. If you try to become God, but you don't succeed, it's because God does not exist. Anybody who asks me who made you should leave my life short right now. I want to talk to people, and I understand that most of you don't have intelligence, but if you're going to ask me who made me, your intelligence is too low to be up here. There's an intelligence limit. Please just log off or scroll down. Scroll to the next live show. Go and watch a girl dance. There's many girls who are dancing on TikTok. Go and watch somebody dance. Just get off this life. Nobody can become God. Nobody is going to ever gain absolute power. Nobody is gaining absolute power anywhere. It shall never happen. There is nobody that is going to... Listen, let me tell you something. The idea of absolute power is a contradiction to reality. A person who has absolute power needs to be able to live forever and die forever at the same time. You need to have the power to die forever. You realize that, right? Does your God have the power to die forever? If your God does not have the power to die forever, that means your God doesn't have absolute power. Absolute power. It's a mental contradiction. Nothing can be absolute in a binary world. The only way human beings know something is by comparing it with something else. If you find something with which you cannot compare anything to, you will never be able to know that thing. That's how you know that something doesn't exist, when you have nothing to compare it to. Master G, you're an embarrassment to intelligent people. How many times have you come up on my show and I said to you that I don't believe in anything? You keep asking the same useless questions. Do you believe? No matter what you ask me if I believe in, I will say I don't believe. I don't believe in myself. I don't believe in you. I don't believe in anything, because nothing is worth believing. In this world, my brain works in two modes. There are things that I know and there are things I don't know. I use the things I know to investigate the things I don't know. And if I investigate, I will find the things that are real, and I will also discover the things which are not real. Listen, if you're a Christian, okay, I have some very good advice for you. If you have an exam coming, don't study for it, okay? Don't study for it. If you're a Christian, do not study for your exam. Go into the examination hall. In fact, don't even go to class. Don't go to class. Go to church. If you're a Christian, go to church. Stop going to school. No, go and register in school, but don't go to class. Don't even buy a textbook. Don't study. But on the examination day, go and take the exam. Before you take the exam, say, Lord Jesus, help me pass this exam. If you pass the exam, that means God exists. If you pass the exam, that means that God exists. Do you know why you study? Because your God is not going to write the exam for you. And the person next to you who does not believe in God will still pass the exam better than you. T.D. Jakes. Does the Bible not say that bad character corrupts good company? I think I got it backwards. Does the Bible not say bad company corrupts good character? And yet Jesus never used to hang around good characters. Jesus only kept bad company. That makes me wonder what Jesus used to do on his free time. All those times that Jesus used to disappear, he used to go and look for his side chick. And he would tap it, then put on his cloak, and then pretend to be holy. If you don't like what I'm saying, cry about it. You see those two thieves that were hanging on the cross with Jesus? Those were his boyfriends. Those who live together, die together, Those two thieves on the cross, those were Jesus' boyfriends. That's why Jesus never got married. If the Bible is up to interpretation, that's my interpretation. If you don't like it, cry about it. Yeah, those two thieves. So Jesus said, this day you will be in paradise with me. Jesus picked his favorite boyfriend while on the cross. That man used to only hang out around men. I'm not preventing anyone from sending a request. Send a request. But if you don't send a request, you just, bro, I can talk on this subject for a long time, because some of you just need to sit down and listen anyways. I don't want to be arguing with your ignorance. There are some nights when I don't want to tolerate your ignorance. But if you're not ignorant, send your request. Don't come up here and bullshit me though. I'll just take you down. The next time you have cancer, don't go to the hospital. Go to church. Let your pastor do surgery. Let him do chemotherapy on you. And watch and see if you don't die. The only way to get to heaven is death. But every time God gives you an opportunity to come to heaven, you go to the hospital. Eh? When the angel of the Lord comes looking for you, he comes in the form of cancer. Did you know that cancer is an angel of the Lord? Did you know that HIV/AIDS is an angel of the Lord? Yes. Those are the angels that come to collect you to go to heaven. You just did not expect the angel of the Lord to be a virus, did you? Well, if you get sick and the sickness is a sickness that can kill you, isn't that God that sends it? God is calling you home. Please don't go to the doctor. The doctor works for the devil. You see, the doctor is trying to stop you from going to heaven. Only go to the doctor if you don't want to go to heaven, and the doctor will take away your virus. He will take away your HIV/AIDS. He will stop your disease. But if you really want to go to heaven today, if you want to be with Jesus, stop wasting time. Stop taking that medicine. Yeah? Just go to church and pray. Of course. What do viruses do? Viruses destroy your immune system, right? They destroy your body's ability to fight against disease. Oh, you of feeble mind, you gullible people. I don't care how clean your tuxedo is. If you believe in God, your brain is dirty. I don't care how clean your tuxedo is. If you believe in God, your brain is dirty. Come here, let me clean it up for you.
Yo, BAKANGA.
What's up, man?
Yeah, cool, bro. Well, I've been listening to you for a while now, but there's something that I really want to know. Talking about nothingness. The last time you mentioned something about nothing coming out of something, actually. And I've been contemplating about it for a while now. I don't know if you can give more enlighten about this concept.
Anything that you don't know is nothing. When you know it, it becomes something.
Okay. So the universe coming out of nothing. Can you please enlighten me about it a little?
The universe is not something that comes out of something. The universe is just an idea. It comes out of your brain.
Okay. So the universe was before
The universe was not. The universe will not be. The universe is. It's an idea that is only contingent on the present continuous moment. So you need a present moment and you need a continuum. The present moment is space. The continuum is time. And you are matter. So you don't think of the universe in terms of past tense. So you cannot say the universe was. Universe is not something that reacts in terms of action. It's an idea. It's a very abstract idea. Quite literally, just like God. So if you say the universe doesn't exist, from a certain angle, you're not even wrong.
so you can never say there was nothing before the universe.
There is no before the universe. The universe is. That means there's no before. And there's no after. So yes, you can say there was nothing before the universe. Or you can say there is nothing but the universe, not really before. So don't use the word before. That's why English comprehension and being able to use words is very important. You cannot say there was nothing before the universe. It's more like there is nothing but the universe. The universe is the only thing that is. And the universe is a product of a human imagination.
All right, bro. Thank you very much. I
Thank you,
appreciate
bro.
you a lot.
It's very simple, bro. It's like mathematics. Do you know why in mathematics there is something called simplification? When you take a problem, you have to simplify that problem. If the answer is more complicated than the question, then the answer is wrong. Answer always has to be more simple than the question. The question is supposed to be complex, and the answer is supposed to be simplified. So you solve the problem by simplifying it, breaking it down, using addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division. So you can only solve problems by adding to it, taking from it, dividing it up, or multiplying it. Those are the four angles of a square.
Right.
They are equilaterally divided, 90 degrees.
Right. Well, so actually, was there anything like Anunnakis or a being that that made up this thing, human? Because people believe that, okay, people know that.
It's not a matter of Anunnaki, but there is evidence to suggest that there is another civilization which is not human, as we know it. So this human civilization that we have right now is not the only civilization in this world. At least was not the only one. The question is, why do we not have access to this other civilization? And the reason is simple. It is indicative of how much more advanced that civilization is from us.
Right.
So yes, as human beings, it is realistic that we should expect exposure as our science improves, as our technology increases. Do you know that if animals in the jungle start building machine guns, human beings will have to go and invade the jungle? If monkeys begin to make bombs, do you know human beings will have to invade the jungle?
Would that be possible?
Bro, do they not have brains?
Yeah, sure.
Did human beings always have the ability to make guns? No. We learned how to do it. So if one day we find out that animals in the jungle are building civilization, they're building buildings, generating electricity, building bombs, then we're going to be forced to intervene. So when the technology of a lower species becomes a threat to a different species, for the sake of its own survival, that species will intervene.
Right. And
That is realistic.
and when it comes to realization, is human being going to go extinct? I mean, for example, like you were saying,
It's not impossible. It's not impossible. There's at least a 7% chance that human beings can go extinct.
how many percent?
7.
7%.
Yes. Our extinction is very
Well,
unlikely because we're too diverse and we have a very fast rate of multiplication. It's like a virus, bro. Do you think you can kill a virus that multiplies quickly? Not only that, we have the ability to fight back against any hostile force. So for any civilization to threaten the human race, they need to have weapons greater than what we have right now. Overwhelmingly greater. And our greatest weapon is our brains. The most dangerous weapon that a human being possesses is his brain.
That's right.
Be patient, bro.
That's right. Do we know there are aliens?
There's no such thing as aliens, bro. But we know that there are other species that possess the same, if not a greater level of intellect than we do. And that's correct. I said we know, not we believe. We know. We know it for a fact.
Yeah.
And by we, I'm not talking about those ignorant religious people over there because they don't even know what they're looking at. And their gullible minds like to bow before anything that is threatening to them.
All right, bro. BAKANGA, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, my brother.
Thank you, bro. Take care, man.
O ye gullible religious goats and cows, sheeps and dogs, horses and donkeys, listen to my words. You don't have to remain domestic.
Can you hear me?
What's up, man? What you got, bro?
Can you hear me good?
Now you sound like you're talking to me from the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
All right, what about now? Can you hear me better?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You sound like you're talking to me from planet Earth.
Well, that's where we're at. So, makes sense. All right. So how is every religion a business? Because that's definitely incorrect, because they would make more money. They would make less if everybody was a Christian. The business would make less money by committing crimes. So yeah, explain that.
Bro, what you just said right now, bro, is like the most confusing thing ever. Like, can you say that again?
How is it a business? How is me believing in God a business? Who is making money?
All right. You know what believing in God and religion is, right?
Yep.
You know what a business is, right?
Businesses usually make money off people, off selling a product. Yep.
You know what a business is, right?
Yep.
What is a business?
What I just said. They're selling a certain product to consumers to try to get them to buy it.
What religion is it that you know that is not selling a product?
I wouldn't say any religion's really selling it, because you don't have to pay to become.
Yeah, you have to pay.
What do you have
go
to pay?
heaven for free? Do you go to heaven for free?
Yeah, God died on the cross.
So you don't have to believe?
It's a free gift.
So hold on. So you don't have to believe?
You said, do I have to pay? I don't have to pay anything. God already paid for me.
So do you even understand how currency works? You think that money is the only form of currency? Use your brain. You have to pay. There's a price. Is that not the price to follow Christ?
Nope, I don't have to pay anything. God already paid it.
Bro, is there not a price to follow Christ?
Nope, it's free.
Really?
Yeah, completely free.
So if I pull up the Bible, it will not say that there's a price. Show it to me where it says that it's completely free, bro. Give me the Bible's verse and give scripture.
You just told me you could pull it out. Why are you trying to get me to pull it out?
Bro, because you know that I can pull it up. I know that you can't pull up what you just said.
Because what you're saying is inaccurate. Like, that's not true. It's free.
So
I didn't have to pay anything to become a Christian.
So it does not cost you anything to be a Christian?
Correct.
For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son,
You asked if I had to pay anything.
Let me finish talking. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, so that whosoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life.
Mm-hmm.
He did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world. Whoever has not believed in the Son is already condemned. Your belief is the price. For you, that gift that you say is a gift is not a gift. It will cost you your belief. So what does it take to believe in Christ? That's what we are talking about. That's the price you pay. Unless you just absolutely lack the ability to understand basic English, to imply that it's free. If going to heaven was free, then you don't need to believe in Christ. You don't even need to be a Christian.
Not true.
Because you don't need to be a Christian to enjoy the sunlight. Isn't that God that puts the sunlight in the sky?
No, he does.
Okay, good. So check. Hold on. If the gift that you're saying from God was free, it would be like the sunlight. Everybody can receive it
Mm-hmm.
without
Exactly.
having to pledge allegiance to it. There's no requirement.
Not true, because if you stay inside all day, you're not going to get any sunlight.
Ultraviolet rays penetrate through all objects. Ultraviolet, the
No, the
visible
sun does not
bright
go
light
through
of
windows.
bro. The visible bright light of the sun is not the only form of light that the sun emits. The sun also gives UV rays, and UV rays are an essential need for all living things.
If
They
you stay
penetrate.
inside all day, you're not going to get any vitamin D.
Say that again.
If you stay inside all day, you're not going to get vitamin D from the
If you
sun.
stay inside every day, you just be fine.
No, you wouldn't. You would have a vitamin D deficiency.
Are there not animals that live in the depths of the ocean where visible sunlight doesn't reach? How do they survive?
I'm
Are there
talking
not
about
animals that
us
live
as human
beneath the
beings. We
soil?
need the vitamin D.
Are there not animals that live beneath the soil and never
We're
get
not
any
animals.
sunlight?
We're not animals.
What?
I said we're not animals.
Bro, I'm talking about life in general. It's not
You
just
asked me what about
Bro,
the animals that live in a cold setting?
Wait, did you ever go to science class?
Yes.
What are the classification of living things?
I don't remember.
Okay, so it's not my fault that you're uneducated, bro.
No, you're uneducated. You
Bro,
just you said before that sunlight goes through
Bro,
windows.
you just said to me that we're not
No,
animals.
you said sunlight goes through windows.
Bro, you just said to me that you went to school, right?
Yes, I graduated high school, yes.
So you must have been an incompetent student if you did not learn what the classification of living things are in biology, basic biology, bro. What are the classifications of living things? I'm going to ask you again.
I learned it, but I really don't remember.
Look it up.
All right, what do you want me to type in?
What I just asked you?
What was that again? The two living things for what?
Well, if you can't remember what I just said right now, I'm going to go to the next guess.
Okay.
There's no way you can say to me, what did you just say? What should I type in when I literally just said it to you?
It says plants and animals.
Oh, what happened to the humans?
Well, we're mammals, but I wouldn't say we're animals in a like.
Mammals are what?
I wouldn't say animals and.
Because you're uneducated, that's why you wouldn't say it. We all know it.
No, I knew we were mammals.
Stop embarrassing yourself.
Explain how it's free to be a Christian.
Like I said, it costs you. Did Jesus not say, carry your cross and follow me? Bro, you know what?
It doesn't cost me anything. All I have to do is have full faith and trust that God died on the cross for my sins. That's it.
I want you to open. Do you have a Bible with you?
No, not with me right now.
You pitiful religious goat. Bro, why don't you have a Bible with you?
I only have one Bible. It's not with me.
Do you have a phone?
Yes, I have a phone.
All right. I want you to open to the book of Luke chapter 14.
All right. And then what?
And read. We're going to see the cost to be a Christian, you bombastic liar.
All right, we'll see. 1 second.
I know it's Sosa. Come on. Oh, listen, everything I'm doing right now is not for him. It's for all the other goats listening right now. All the other goats listening. Hello, Coco.
He talks about
No, you're not going to
Jesus.
tell me what he talks about. You're going to read it.
Well, wait, can you hear me if I go off this?
No, I can't hear you when you go off that. Don't you have another device?
No, I only have a phone.
Man, God can even give you shit.
I know what it says, but
You don't know what it says.
he talks about who will enter the kingdom of God.
Hey, bro. Just relax. I got you, man. Don't worry. The guy who doesn't believe in God is going to educate you on your Bible. I wish you could see my screen. Actually, I'm going to turn the camera around. Like I said, you are an embarrassment to your own religion. Yeah? Read this, Sosa, and stop arguing with me just for argument's sake, okay?
All right, let's see it.
All right. I'm going to scroll up. Luke chapter 14.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see, the New International Version. And we're going to scroll down. You see the way your religious goats divided this up? The parable of the great banquet. And starting from verse 25. What does that say right there, bro?
The cost of being a disciple.
So it costs something to be a disciple, right?
But let's read it. What does it say it costs?
Bro. Stop playing with
You
me.
can't just read one thing and then say that. You have to read it.
Stop playing with me, bro. I know what I'm doing.
All right, let's read it
You're
then.
not the one that brought it up. So you let me do what I'm doing until I come to a complete full stop. If I ask you a question, answer my question and let me do what I'm doing. What does it say right there?
The cost of being a disciple.
When something costs something, what does that mean?
Well, let's read it and find out.
Bro, when something costs, what does that mean?
We're not using word manipulation here. We're going to read it.
Bro, there is no word manipulation. If you don't want to, you can drop right now. Stop arguing with me. I already told you. You think I'm a fool, bro? I made this up, not you. Answer the damn question. When something costs, what does that mean? That's a basic English question. That doesn't even apply to this verse right now in terms of the depths of it. I'm just asking in general. When something costs, if someone says there's a cost for something, what does that mean?
Well, earlier you said there's no...
If someone tells you that there is a cost for something, Sosa, what does that mean?
Then you got to pay.
Okay, good. So the cost of being a disciple means there is something you need to pay in order to be the disciple. So we will read it. Large crowds were traveling with Jesus, and turning to them, he said, "If anyone comes to me and does not hate father mother, wife, children, brothers, sisters, yes, even their own life, such a person cannot be my disciple. And whoever does not carry their cross and follow me cannot be my disciple. Did you read that?
Yep.
That is the price that it takes to be a disciple of Jesus Christ. And there is no Christian that can be a Christian without being a disciple of Jesus Christ. So your religion is a transaction. It's a business. You have to pay for it. So before you come and argue with me, go and read your own damn book, bro. Go and read your own book. Don't come and make a useless argument with me, bro. The only person that you can sell your soul to is your God. The devil doesn't even ask you to sell your soul to him. Only you, only God. In the Bible, the only person that needs souls is God, not the devil. The devil doesn't even need souls.
Well, you can't sell your soul anyway. God owns your soul, everybody's soul.
There you go again with that bullshit, bro. You just come up here just to argue, right?
No, I'm telling you facts.
You're telling me facts.
You see all the famous people who be selling their soul for fame, clout, money. What's that about?
Every religion is a business. God is the product. So, sir, if you have nothing else to say, thank you for your time, bro.
Yes, sir. God bless.
And Donald Trump bless you too. Ladies and gentlemen, do not come up here to argue with me if you don't know what you're talking about. I am armed. I am armed with facts of reality. I do not begin to talk about things that I don't know. If you want to embarrass yourself, embarrass your father and your grandfather like Sosa, come up here and spill some ignorance, and I will beat you up with the truth. I don't even need to use my own book. I use your own book to embarrass you. Most of you cannot read English. Basic English. Basic English. Bro, we all went to school. If you don't think I did something, that's indicative of mental illness. He was trying to argue with me there is no cost to be a Christian. And I proved my point beyond shadow of doubt that there is a cost to be a Christian. If you don't think that was something, that's just indicative of mental illness. And I understand you. I understand you. I will never pick on someone's mental illness. I'm sorry for your mental condition. But you allow the intelligent things for people who don't have mental issues, okay? You just stay over there in the special aid department. Just stay over there with the special needs. We will take care of you. We feel your pain. We will take care of you. Bamboos, hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the button. Yeah, I don't want noise, bro. If you're in a noisy place, don't come up. I'm not desperate to talk to anybody. So don't come and punish my ears. Every religion is a business, the buying and selling of lies. Sick people go to church and say to the pastor, lie to me. If the lie makes me feel good, I will come back next Sunday. That's exactly what happens to church. You go to church. Listen, do you know why when the pastor is talking, nobody interrupts the pastor? It's because even if the pastor is lying, you cannot just get up and say, Pastor, but you're lying. You get it? That is why you see the format of a church service is the pastors are orators. The pastor is an orator. He's talking, and there's no room for interjection. Contrary to what I'm doing right now, you guys can give me feedback, direct feedback in the comment section. And if you want to interject, you can send your request. But your pastor cannot do that. If the pastor is preaching on Sunday and you put your hand up to get up and say something, they will label you as a troublemaker because they have legalized the art of lying. They have legalized the lies. And you expect the rest of us to be gullible? Just because you drive nice cars and wear nice suits doesn't mean that you don't have mental issues. There are many alcoholics that have a lot of money. If you're a Scientologist, you come up here and talk to me. Stop spilling bullshit in the comment section. If you don't think I can debunk Scientology, it's because you don't know what Scientology is. So your ignorance is not even worthy of me entertaining it. Islam is a business. You either convert or you die. Scientology is a cult. It's a religious cult of what is known as elitism. It's a religion of the rich and privileged. You know, even among rich people, some rich people exploit other rich people. That's what Scientology is. Some people have called me a philosopher. Some people have called me a philosopher. But I am much more than that. What I am is beyond my ability to put in words, so you can just consider me nothing. No one. When I speak, I require nothing but understanding. If you do not have the ability to understand me, let me know and I will help you understand. Your belief is useless to me. Your doctrine, your religion, I want nothing from you and I desire nothing from you. I only have a desire for you. I have a desire for you, but I have no desire from you. My desire for you is that you understand what I'm saying. That means you have to think for yourself. I can't think for you. You religious goats, cows, sheep, dogs, horses, and donkeys. Did you know that you can be a wild animal? You don't have to be a domestic animal. Every believer in God is a domestic human. You have been domesticated. I literally started vaping last month because it's too cold here in California and I work outdoors in the cold sometimes. Everything that's wrong with every other religion is wrong with Islam. It's a business. If I say to you, which human language is the one true language? There is no such thing as a true language, because language is not divided in terms of what's true and what's not. Ladies and gentlemen, tap the screen. Let me see your qualifications for asking for my qualifications. What qualifications do you have to ask for my qualifications? I don't want you to believe me. Why can't you hear me? Show me your qualifications. What qualifies you to ask for my qualifications? Let me see your qualifications to ask me for my qualifications. Qualifications. Those are my qualifications. So hold on. Who's that? Who's that? You need to send your request. I need to talk to this person. This person said, "Let me see your qualifications on paper." Are you sick? You think you just get off the street and go and do what I do? Oh, useless. Bronze Queen, you don't even have the ability to come live. You're an embarrassment to intelligence. So I just went and entered that airplane without qualifications. So I just walked up into the airplane and I was fixing the airplane without qualifications. You're a disgrace to the intelligence of human beings. And this is your qualification right here. That's your qualification right there, right? TD Jakes, TG Twerk. Bro, you realize that there's more than 100 different airlines in the world. What is the chances that I fixed the Alaska plane? Do you even know what made that plane's door to blow up? That's not even a thing from maintenance. That's from the manufacturer, bro. Like when you get a car, you get a warranty because some things can break. Why is there so many ignorant religious people? This is yours qualification, right? This is the qualification of religious people. TD Jakes went to Puff Daddy to go and get his qualifications. We know where TD Jakes got his qualifications from. Twerking at Puff Daddy's parties. Ain't that right? You are religious. You sound like a religious person. Everything that comes out of your mouth is like the ignorance of a religious person. You have no logic. If I show you what job that I do, you should know what my qualifications are. If I show you my job, you should know what my qualifications are. If you cannot know what my qualifications are by seeing my work, then you have no common sense. Maybe you both think that it's ants. I have the qualifications of an ant. I'm pretty sure religious people don't know how airplanes work because you think that airplanes fly by the grace of God. Right? Airplanes fly by the Holy Spirit, by the power of the Holy Spirit. Oh, bro. If you see a doctor performing surgery Okay, imagine that you ask for the qualifications of a doctor, and that doctor shows you pictures or a video of them performing surgery. Do you not at that point know what their qualifications are? If you can't tell the qualifications of a doctor by observing what they do, that is indicative of an intense lack of critical thought. Your brain does not work. But you are in the right place. If you stay here in BAKANGA land and participate in this process of BAKANGalization, sooner or later, your brain will develop the ability to think for itself. Everyone listening to me right now who understands me is a free thinker. They belong to no religions, to no creeds, to no traditions. They are free thinkers. Every church in America is a franchise of mental fast food. Bullshit. Greetings to you. They are selling you false hope in exchange for your real dollars. Every pastor should be labeled a thief. You cannot be a pastor without being a thief. You might have good intentions in your heart, but you're also a thief. I'm not saying that your intentions are bad. I'm just telling you that you're a thief. Not every thief has bad intentions. You want to know the worst type of thief? Is a thief who doesn't know that he's stealing. Any church where there is an offering basket is a thief. Is a thief. A thief, yes, a thief. I said it that way on purpose. If you don't know how to speak broken English, then that's your problem. These are not for when I Niger people them. All pastors not thief. Your pastor not thief, man. You see TB Joshua, this is the chef bandit. In French, we call it le chef bandit. C'est lui le grand chef bandit, the bad guy. This is the antagonist in the movie. The king of the thieves. Professional thief. So this guy has a license in thievery. All pastors, in fact, any pastor that wears a suit is a licensed thief. A licensed thief. Going around and stealing from people. TD Jake is a thief. He steals from people. What does he give them back? False hope. False hope. How can your pastor say that God will provide, but his shoes cost $2,000? What does the pastor have doing wearing $2,000 shoes? Do you know who wears $2,000 shoes? Businessmen. No normal person who does not love the riches of the world would wear a $2,000. Man, if you're a pastor, your shoes should not even cost more than $10. You should go to Goodwill and get your shoes from Goodwill. In fact, you shouldn't even wear shoes. You should wear sandals like Jesus. If you're a Christian, you should only wear sandals like Jesus. Don't wear trousers. If you're a Christian and you wear trousers, you're not like Christ. Christ did not used to wear trousers. You want to be like Christ so badly? Why don't you dress like Christ? If you want to be like Christ so badly, dress like Christ. Talk. In fact, don't speak English. Don't go and learn Hebrew. No, learn Aramaic. That's right. Go tie wrapper like Christ. There is a difference between what people say and what people do. When people cannot do what they say, it's because what they are saying is a lie. It only becomes true when it's demonstrated through action. If your lawyer says that he can get the charges cleared, but he does not get the charges cleared, that makes him a liar. If your lawyer says that he can get you a shorter sentence, but he does not get you a shorter sentence, that makes your lawyer a liar. If you go to the store and you buy a vacuum cleaner and the vacuum cleaner does not vacuum, that makes that manufacturer a liar. If Jesus died for your sins, but you are still sinning, that makes Jesus a liar, a scammer. Yes. If Jesus was real, he is the greatest scammer that ever lived. That's if he was real. Even if Jesus was real, he had to be a thief. He was a thief. Same thing with Muhammad. He had to be a thief. All those prophets were thieves. False promises and lies. And when you say this, they become violent like animals. If what I'm saying is making you want to be violent, it's because what I'm saying is true and you are behaving like a wild animal. A creature of instinct, lacking complete critical thinking. Actually, it's not a bad thing to behave like a wild animal. I should say more like an uncivilized animal. Uncivilized animal. If I speak against your religion and you want to react in violence, you are uncivilized. If you have any questions for me, you come up and ask your questions. I've told you, stop sitting in the comment section manifesting your ignorance. You're disgracing yourself. There is only hope for humanity if we can live together. But we would not be able to live together if we harbor belief systems and mental faculties that prevent us from tolerating each other. If you cannot let people be themselves when they are not hurting you or hurting anyone, or even hurting themselves. I've been seeing preachers who claim that TikTok is from the devil because there's a lot of people on TikTok saying that there's no God. Why do you religious people always feel threatened by anyone that has an opposite narrative from you? TikTok is an agent of the devil. There are so many people on there saying that there is no God, deceiving. When you go to church this Sunday, tomorrow, listen to your pastor carefully. You realize that nothing your pastor says makes sense. Listen, let me tell you something, okay? When most people go to church, they don't actually listen to what the pastor says. Most people in church are just participants. They don't actually give like a good ear to what the pastor is saying. If you actually listen to what your pastor is saying and you're thinking about it, you realize that nothing he says makes sense. That's why they have to kind of play music to destroy your thinking. They have to do music. They have to do a lot of acts to kind of distract your ability to think critically. Everything is scripted. It's scripted. Do you know how your pastor writes down his sermon? Do you know why he has to write down what he's going to preach about? It's a script. The reason why your pastor has to prepare a sermon is because it's a script. It's a sales speech. Every preaching is a sales speech. He's selling you something. You either buy it or you don't buy. And you will buy it with your belief and your loyalty. And as long as you sit in that church, you will pay a tax. If you are a member of a church, you are paying a tax. You just call it tithes and offering, but that is a tax. That's taxation. Tithes and offering is a taxation. You are being taxed. The fact that you don't know that is embarrassing. The fact that you don't know that is embarrassing. I was a Christian for 25 years. There is no denomination that I did not step foot in. Presbyterian, Jehovah's Witness, Mormons, Baptist, Assemblies of God, Methodist, Catholic. I even went to a Chinese church once. And with my luck, I went on the day when there was no English translator. So I didn't understand anything that guy was saying. Holy Maria, come and give us food. That's how Catholics in Africa pray. Catholics in Africa pray like this. Holy Maria, our children are sick. Holy Maria, we need toilet tissue today. Holy Maria. It's always Holy Maria. Eh? I don't need no sleep. I slept all day. I just be chilling today. Honestly, I wasn't really in the mood to be arguing too much with religious people. That's why I chose a topic that was not too confrontational. I just really wanted to talk. Of course, there's no religion. Listen, even your pastor cannot talk to me. Even your pastors. I'm telling you, if you don't believe me, go and tell your pastor that there's a guy on TikTok. I challenge every pastor. There is not a living, breathing pastor that can talk to me. They will embarrass themselves. Of course, I'm a nobody. I'm not trying to be somebody. Look at you. I'm not trying to be somebody. Why do I need to be somebody? My words don't require me to be somebody. That's why I have power, because I don't need to be somebody. Hey, to those of you who know me, look, if you think that calling me nobody is an insult, then you don't know Bakanga. Bakanga means nothing. Bakanga means no one. Bakanga means nobody. Of course I'm a nobody. Oh, Lord. Oh, shit. One love, brother, one love. Bakanga means nothing, nothingness. It is the way of nothing, so be no one. Bruce Lee said, be water. Bakanga says, be no one. Be no one. When people don't know who you are, how can they control you? Oh, of course, of course. Any religious person that's in here right now loves hearing what I'm saying. It is tautology. In fact, those of you who agree with me, you're probably already bored right now. The only people having fun right now are those who disagree with me, those who believe in God. Nothingness is definitely more fluid than water. Nothingness is nowhere and yet everywhere. It's no one and yet everyone. It's nobody and yet somebody. Why should I bring someone up? Why don't you come up? Bring someone up. Bring someone up. You come up. Professional thief. Thief. Of course, all pastors. Have you ever seen a scammer that is a fool? All pastors are smart people. Of course, the pastors are smart people because you have to be smart to be a scammer. The ones who are not smart are the ones who are sitting in the pews, the church goers, the members. The members are the ones whose brains don't work. The pastor knows what he's doing. He knows that you are his customer. He has to be smart to run a good business. In fact, the more successful a pastor is as a businessman, the bigger his church is. Look at Joe Austin. Look at TB Joshua. Why do you think they fly on private jet? Can you fly on a private jet like your pastor? You think that it was God that gave your pastor that plane? Demons don't exist. Demons don't exist. Demons are just the personification of the nightmares of people throughout the years. Demons are just the personification of what people are afraid of. They're not real. Demons, devils, angels, gods, they're not real. None of that stuff is real. They're all products of people's imagination, born from people's hopes and born from people's nightmares. You say things that we don't know already. Can you even read that sentence? I think you typed the opposite of what you're trying to say. You say things that we don't know already. That's the point of the show. Watch your grammar, please. Watch your grammar. Well, if you knew what you were talking about, you wouldn't have to correct your grammar. You can't even type simple English. You're coming to argue with BAKANGA. You said to me I was nobody, but you're trying to argue with nobody. Are you not a madman? I don't know what a freshie is, but I certainly know what an African is. I mean, you are correct. I'm African. Yes, this is manipulation. This is great manipulation. The more you type that, the more I'm going to vape. Oh, man. Black magic is also a scam. Black magic is also a scam. I know, Bronze Queen is dying right now. Her stomach, like her intestines are contracting. I can feel it. I'm tormenting the soul she doesn't have. I'm tormenting her right now. I'm pretty sure you can watch me blowing in the smoke and blowing it right back out. Glory be to the God that lives in the back of your head. If you touch the back of your head, you will touch your God. Glory be to God. Useless mentality. Every religious person listening to me right now is intimidated by my words. If you want to chat, send your request. But don't bullshit me. I'm not in the mood to argue today. And make sure you don't have noise in your background. If you have noise in your background, I'll take you down. Some of you guys just enjoy hanging out with BAKANGA. I appreciate that. I like hanging out with you guys too. The internet is a magnificent thing. The internet is a magnificent thing. The internet is worthy of praise. Like the internet is it's an amazing thing. We should all give a stand ovation for the internet. Standing ovation for the internet. If you don't think the internet is useful, log off right now. I'm going to throw away your phone. Useless mentality. The internet is an amazing work of man. Scientology has nothing to do with the internet, you ignorant goats. Scientology has nothing to do with the internet, you ignorama. You are an ignorama. Scientology has nothing to do with scientific techniques. Are you that ignorant? The cult called Scientology has nothing to do with science itself. There is no way. So you kept talking about Scientology this whole time because you thought that Scientology belongs to science. Like, Scientology is the name of an organization of really rich people that have created a system for themselves. It has nothing to do with science. You go and research it. You think I'm talking about, you think I'm like you, that I talk about things that I don't know? Go and research it there. Now, I just put up TB Joshua today to annoy all the Christians that come by. You didn't study no computer science, you liar. Show me your qualifications. I want to see your qualifications on paper, you bombastic liar. I studied computer science. Show me your qualifications. Right? You were so big on asking me to show you my qualifications. Let me see your qualifications. Show me your qualifications. If you are not a bombastic liar. You see how I say religious people like to set standards that they're not willing to live by, right? This goat called Bronze Queen came up here and said I should show her my qualifications on paper. Now the same goat wants us to believe that she has studied computer science, but she will not show us her qualifications on paper. What type of goatery is that? Eh? I thought it was pigs that eat their own shit. I don't know goats can also eat their own shit. Every once in a while, a dog will also eat its own shit. But goats typically don't eat their own shit. You are a very surprising goat. You are a goat who's behaving like a pig. I am not trying to insult you. I'm just massaging your mentality. I'm massaging your mentality to remove your stress. Please don't take my words as an insult, you professional goat. I have no ill intention in my heart towards you. You handicapped donkey. My words are not meant to offend you at all. If you believe in God, you're like a donkey with 3 legs. Look, if you believe in God, you're like a donkey with 3 legs. You're like a chicken with 1 leg and 1 wing. You're like an eagle with teeth. Oh, shoot. You're like a snake with legs. Oh, damn. Yes. Many of you, most of you are donkeys with 3 legs. You're like a worm with a horn. I'm not arguing. I'm tormenting her soul. I'm not arguing with her. I'm tormenting her soul. If she was smart enough to know that human beings don't have soul, then I would not be able to torment her. But she thinks she has a soul. That's why I'm tormenting her right now. Hopefully, this torment would lead to her deliverance. If you don't like me, go and bring your pastor. And I'll whoop his ass too. With the truth. I will whoop your ass and whoop your pastor's ass with the truth. With your religious superiority complex. If you're a Christian, you're not better than a Muslim. You guys have the same condition. Actually, Muslims are slightly better. Slightly. You are religious. Let me see. You're making too much noise in the comment section. Let me see if you can actually come up. Well, TikTok doesn't even recognize you, so you can't even come up. That's why you're making noise in the comment section. Go get 1,000 followers and come up, okay? Ask Jesus to give you 1,000 followers. I don't work for Alaska. Why do you keep asking me that, bro? Are you a goat? Why are you a goat? Why are you a goat? Why do you believe in imaginary things? Whoever you are right now listening to my voice, why are you a goat? Why does your brain not work? Well, if you eat goats, eat yourself because you are a goat. We would tolerate your religion when your religion can tolerate other people. Listen, we would tolerate the Abrahamic religions when those religions demonstrate their ability to tolerate other people. As long as you religious goats are in the business of converting other people, I would always be in the business of challenging you. And when I am no more here, another will take my place. That is how it would be for further notice. TB Joshua died mysteriously, and his family has still not revealed exactly how he died. But everybody knows that he was sick, right? Everybody knows that TB Joshua was sick. And yet he spent his whole life preaching to people how Jesus can heal. It's just a vape. It's nothing bad. I hope you know that it's just a vape. Did you know that there is no God? Now you know that there is no God. Mm. Did you know your pastor is a scammer? Did you know your pastor is a thief? What kind of statement is that? Bakanga, you are not sure what you're saying. How do you know I'm not sure what I'm saying? Bakanga, you're not sure what you're saying. I'm very sure what I'm saying. If you disagree, send your request and come up here and speak proper English. Don't come and speak useless, uneducated English. I'm not saying that your life is going to be perfect if you start believing in God. But I'm saying to you that you'll be a perfect human being once you start believing in God. So you will experience everything that human beings experience.
Bakanga, good morning from this side.
What's up?
I'm cool. How are you? How are you doing?
You can see how I'm doing. Do you not?
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry because I'm just waking up from sleep. I hope you can hear me.
Do me a favor.
Tell me.
Slap yourself to make sure that you're no longer asleep.
No, I'm no longer asleep. I'm awake now. Thank you.
I was just trying to make sure. I was just looking out for you, you know. Maybe you are still asleep, so I was like, usually the way I check to see if I'm still asleep is I slap myself real quick.
Algie, let me do that for you. Let me do that for you.
I heard it. No way you're asleep. I heard it.
All right. Okay, see, this is the second time I'm talking with you. And I really enjoyed the last time I spoke with you. So sorry, I cannot speak a very good English as you requested. You have to manage my English because I'm not educated like you. Okay. I saw one of your video that proved to me that you are not sure of what you preach.
Talk to me.
Okay. If really you were sure, you will not make the video and be worried, what if I die and there was God? I watched the video. At some point he said, what if I die and there was God? What will I tell God? I will tell God it's not my fault. You never proved yourself to me. You said all sorts of things on the video, but the key point, the key message I got from that video was, For you to have that thought in your mind, it means you are not sure that there is no God. It was a
Brother,
clear proof.
brother,
Anybody
let me
can go
help
to
you
your
out.
page and watch the video.
Do you want me to help you out?
You know you have always been a teacher. Continue. I'm listening. I'm your student.
You remember the part where you told me that you're not very fluent in English, right?
Yeah.
You know that there are many professional ways of speaking English. For example, an actor. When an actor is acting, he has a message. But in order for him to act that message and communicate to a specific group, he has to act as if he's within that message. You also have like a news person, a person who delivers the news. When he
Okay.
delivers the news, he has to deliver the news as if he was there. There are different forms of communication, okay? That was a figurative, hypothetical way of speaking. That video was a complete hypothetical. So, anyone who knows how to speak English understands what predetermines that statement that I made. So, check this out. I'm going to say it again. Listen to me. So you don't even have to go to the video. I will say it to you right now.
Okay. Thank you. Continue.
Even if I was to die
Okay.
and find out that there was a God, I have nothing to worry about. Because even if God is who Christians and religious people say that God is, one thing that God is not is that God will not be a fool. If God is a fool, then I am guaranteed to go to hellfire. But if there's any chance that God is not a fool, there's no way I can go to hellfire because I did not ask him to create me. That's common sense. God will have to logically prove me that I'm responsible for my own fate if I am not the one who made myself. Hence,
Can I ask you a question?
no,
Can I ask you a question?
listen, before you ask me, listen carefully.
Okay.
Hence, if God truly wants me to make a decision, he must come to me himself, not in the spirit, not in my dreams, but he must knock on my door the way every human being does, because that is what is common to men. That's how you communicate with human beings. That way he will make sure I got his message. He should knock my door. When I open the door, I see Angel Michael, Angel Gabriel, I see Jesus. I open my door, he comes in, I make some tea, we drink, and then he's like, Dezok, I am your creator. And I'll be like, you, my creator, you useless goat. He will say, well, look, this is my power. He will demonstrate to me. And by the time he's done, there will be no room for doubt. And I will have every piece of data required to now make a choice that would hold me responsible. But you cannot tell me, brother, in a world with 10,000 different gods, I'm supposed to be afraid of one of them. Do you understand how useless my brain would be? What if I believe in a Christian God and the real God was actually the Muslim God? How do I know that God, the real God is not the Christian God? How do I know the real God is not the Muslim God? How do I know the real God is not the Buddhist God?
That was exactly what you said. That was exactly what you said on the video. Yeah. Okay. I want to ask a question. How did it stumble into your heart? This thought. How did this thought come into your mind if you don't have any doubt?
Because I know everything that there is to know about Christianity, and I have gained 100% mastery over all religions in my brain. I understand all religions. I know what I'm talking about. So it's not like I'm making claims. I can go back and forth with anybody from any religion. I can stand toe to toe. If you bring the most powerful Muslims, I will stand with him equally in his own religion. You bring the most powerful Christian, I will stand with him equally in his own religion. I have studied my way out of the ignorance. I have graduated from belief. If you want to look at it that way, I'm a graduate of
Did you
beliefs.
know? Can I quickly make because I am about to join the comment session now. Can I quickly make a very, very straight statement about what I think of your belief?
I hope you know that I have no belief.
Okay, sorry. With what I think of your logic. Yeah, you are very logical. Okay. Can I?
You may state to me the counter logic. If you're going to talk against my logic, that means you're going to provide a logic that is more logical than the logic.
Exactly. That's what I want to do. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Someone telling me to prove to him that there is God. And when I know that my God is not, I believe and strongly know that I am made of physical and the spiritual. And the person telling me to prove to him that my spiritual God exists is as good as someone walking up to a blind and tell the person to differentiate between colors. If it is possible for someone that is physically blind to identify a color, it will be possible that for someone to prove to someone that is spiritually blind that there is God. That is
my brother, do you realize that spiritual is just mental? So your the word spiritual is an English word that is used in the religious context in reference to your emotions and your feelings.
No, that is not true. That is not true.
Bro. Remember, bro, like go and read English language. Bro. That's what spiritual means. If something that is not physical is not real, all physical things are real. That's why there's something called physics. You get it? So of course, I'm not going to ask you to prove to me your spiritual God because I know you made it up in your head. It's your own imagination. Of course, anybody can make up any imagination in their head. That's why it's not real. Now, if you claim to me that it's real, then I'll ask you to prove it to me. But if you know that it's not real, why am I even arguing with you? I have no reason to argue with someone who knows that their God is not real. You can choose all you want to. The moment you tell me that your God is spiritual, you're telling me that your God is not real. Because real things are not spiritual, bro. Real things are physical.
If I have some time to waste, I better waste those time on playing video games than to try to use it to tell somebody that is blind spiritually about my God. That's all.
You cannot be blind spiritually. That's not something that is physically possible. A person cannot be blind spiritually. Blindness is only in relation
there is
to
spiritual blindness.
No, bro, that's a fictional idea made up by religious people. It's a lie. There's nothing that there is. Listen, bro. The reason why you have knowledge is so you can function in this world. Okay, fine. Look at all these people who claim to be who are not spiritually blind, right? They don't produce anything that is indicative of progress, right? Like spiritual blind is a fictional idea because everyone has the ability to think for themselves. What you don't want to be logically handicapped. Because if I ask you to define spiritual to me, you will not give me the English language definition. You will make up your own meaning because you don't know how to speak English.
Thank you, but you agree with me that a language is not the measurement of intelligence, right?
It is. A language is
no. If you said it is a measurement of the intelligence, I will ask you to speak my language. If you can't speak it, I will consider you that you are not intelligent. I'm not an original English.
I don't have the intelligence of speaking your language. Check this out, bro. Check this out. Okay. Do you even know what intelligence is? What is the definition of intelligence?
I don't know because intelligence is an English language. I cannot speak English.
Okay. So listen carefully. Intelligence means the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skill. To be able to speak the English language, you need to have the ability to acquire the knowledge of English and apply the skill of English. So it's not just learning English that is important. You also need to be able to apply it. So some people might even have the knowledge, but they don't have the power to apply it. So you don't call them intelligence. That's the definition of intelligence. Collecting information and then turning that information into a skill. And skill is what gives you the ability to do something technically. So it makes you to develop a technique. That technique gives birth to technologies. Technologies eliminate complexities and simplifies life. For example, somebody made toilet tissue. So you don't have to go into the jungle anymore and just get a bunch of grass to wipe your ass, because you can use toilet tissue and you are guaranteed that that toilet tissue will not cause an allergic reaction on your buttocks. But in old ancient Africa, those who did not use water to wash their ass would often go into the jungle and get some grass. And more times than intended, they will end up with the wrong type of grass, and the sap of that grass would be acidic and it would burn their ass because they did not have the skill nor the knowledge to choose the specific grass that would not cause them harm. When you have the ability to acquire knowledge and skill, it will be demonstrated by how you live your life. You will be able to physically do things that other people cannot do. So, bro, if you're claiming to have spiritual anything and you cannot apply it in the real world, it is useless. That's the definition of what useless.
Okay, quickly. You just educate me on intelligence. Can you tell me what is wisdom?
Wisdom is the combination of understanding and knowledge. So that the skill part of intelligence is wisdom. So check this out. Intelligence is the combination of knowledge and wisdom. That's literally what intelligence is, because intelligence is defined as the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skill. Skill requires the bridge, right? Think of knowledge as a mountain, and think of intelligence, think of wisdom as another mountain. Understanding is the bridge that will connect mountain A, knowledge, to mountain B, wisdom. When you know something and you know what to do with what you know, what you do will be the demonstration of wisdom. That's what a wise man is. A wise man is someone that if you give him two things, he will find a way to do something new with those two things that you didn't know you could do before. For example, if you give me a hammer and a nail, you don't tell me what they are. Let's say that I just come up from the village in Africa. I've never seen a hammer in my life. I've never seen a nail. And you give me a hammer and you give me a nail. What I would do is I would take that hammer and I'll examine it. I'll put it in my hand. I'll see what I can do with it. My first instinct is that, this thing is good to kind of hit somebody with it. So if someone attacks me, I might use it as a weapon. Then one day I find out that, I can use this nail to put it through this plywood and connect the plywood together. That is how it works. If I take a car and go to a poor place in this world where they have never seen a car before, and I just put the car there, they will have to examine it. They'll have to gain knowledge of what the car is first. If you don't know what a car is, you will never understand how to drive the car. So yes, you first have to know what a car is, then understand how the car works. Then you will be able to drive the car. So knowing what the car is knowledge. Understanding how the car works is obviously understanding. And being able to drive the car, that is wisdom. Because wisdom is what allows you to go into uncharted territories, right? Nobody can predict circumstances with just knowledge and understanding. So when you combine those two, you get wisdom. And wisdom now allows you to deal with problems that you've never seen before. And then every time you overcome a specific problem, that information becomes knowledge. Somebody else will come and learn what you did. And then they will take what you did and they'll go and solve another problem. And then when they solve that other problem, that will now become knowledge for another person. That is how our civilization has improved over time, right? For example, if you invent, let's say you invent a camera, and then somebody else invents a battery, and somebody else invents a screen. Well, somebody who was born before in 2001 will come and say to themselves, this is a camera, this is a battery, and this is a screen. What will happen if I combine these things together? Then you get a phone. Somebody was like, why should I have a radio that is separate, have a television that is separate, have a camera that is separate? What if I could combine a camera, a radio, and a television into one device? Then you get a phone. Our modern phones today are a combination of every other piece of communicative technology. My phone can do what a radio does. I can broadcast radio I'm broadcasting right now the same way that people do. The people at the TV stations are broadcasting, except I'm doing it from the confines of my room. This is the product of wisdom. This is the wisdom of man. Technology is a product of the wisdom of man. It is the combination of all the lessons that man has learned over time and how man solves his problems. So yes, you need intelligence to be wise. That's why I said to you that God cannot exist. God has no reason to be wise. God is supposed to already know everything. He has no reason to solve problems because he has no problem. A person who has no problem doesn't have a reason to be intelligent. You only need intelligence because you have problems. You see, if God has problems, then God needs intelligence. He needs to have skill and acquire knowledge. But why would God need to acquire knowledge if he already has all knowledge? If you know how the football game will end, you will still watch it and enjoy it. If you know who's going to win the game, you will still watch the game. No, you will not enjoy the game watching it. If you know how the movie will end, can you enjoy the movie? No. That is why you cannot have a God. God is an impossibility. You see how we usually say some things are possible and some things are impossible? One of the things which are impossible is the existence of a God. It's just too difficult for some people to understand this. It's extremely difficult for most human beings, bro, to swallow the pill that there's not a higher power that will punish their enemies. In fact, the reason why most religious people believe in God is because they want somebody that's going to punish their enemies. So when someone does something to you that you don't like, you begin to form wicked thoughts in your heart, but you don't have the courage to go and do the wickedness to them. So you just wish that, okay, there is a God that will punish them.
How did you know that? How did you know that is the reason why people believe in God?
Because that's how people apply their religion. Let me give you an example. If I offend you and then you say to me, I will pray for you, are you going to pray that I should have a happy life? No, you're going to pray that God should punish me.
No, that's not what you think. That's not how it should be. That's not how I personally, I can speak for myself. I can tell BAKANGA, even till now, you have anytime this is the second time I'm speaking with you, I feel like this is how close I can ever be to the devil whenever I'm speaking with you.
Hold on. You say when you're talking to me, you feel like you're talking to the devil.
I'm very close to the devil. Mamma mia. I'm sorry about that, but that's how I and it makes me feel good. It makes me believe in God so more. Understand? Like this is the closest I've ever been to the devil.
Listen to me. Unfortunately, I know exactly what you're talking about. You see, I already know that my words would cause two possible reactions in the brain of a person.
Yeah.
It will provoke them into anger and provoke them into fear. The reason why...
No, that's not true.
Listen.
That's not true. About me, let me quickly say this, please. Talking about me, the way exactly how I feel when talking to you, you give me more reasons to know that God is God. Like, God is so real. Yeah. That's what I feel.
Like I said to you, I understand why you think that way. So let me ask you a question, okay?
Yeah.
What is it that will possibly make your fully functioning human brain? You are talking to a human being, and you then think that that human being is the devil.
No, I'm not saying that you are the devil. Like, just like devil speaking through human being. That's what I'm trying to say.
Do you understand that someone cannot speak through another person? Do you hold on, let me put it this way. Do you understand that I am responsible for all the words that I speak? There's no devil, there's no God or devil to take credit for the things I say. The things I'm saying are a product of my own being. Just like the things you are saying is the product of your own being. I know that there's no God that's talking through you. You are making those things in your head, just like I'm making it in my own head. The question here is, what I'm saying, is it consistent with reality, day-to-day reality? If it's consistent with day-to-day reality, then it is no longer true because I said it. It is true because it is simply what it is.
Okay, my question.
If I say something to you that you cannot observe, then there is a possibility that I'm lying. But if I say something to you that you can observe, then that thing is true. Not because I said it, but because it is so, regardless of if I said it. For example, if I said to you, there is a sun in the sky, is it true because I said it? No. It's true because anyone can go out and see the sun for themselves, even if I don't tell them. That's why it's true. So if I say to you, there's no God, is it true because I said it? No. How about you go and look for God and bring God here? Please bring God here.
No, I cannot bring God to your platform because it is not possible for you to show someone that is blind.
Are you a Christian?
Yes, I'm a Christian, of course.
Does your Bible not say with God all things are possible?
With God, all things are possible. That's what my Bible says.
Bro, so why is it not possible for you to bring your God here?
Because I have not grown to that level that I can, like in the Bible.
Anybody in this world that can bring God on my platform right now?
Okay, if I know anybody in this world that can bring God to a platform right now,
Yes.
how will I know?
So if there's no one in this world that can bring God here, that means that with God all things are not possible, because it's not possible for him to come here.
There might be, but I don't know the person.
Bro,
but
if it's not possible for God to come here, then the Bible has already lied, because the Bible said with God all things are possible. If it's not possible for him to just come here, in fact, how about you pray? Pray right now, ask God to come here. We will listen. Please pray out loud.
No, God
Brother,
doesn't work that way. BAKANGA, I have to go now because anytime I talk to you, you are positive to me because you always give me reasons to believe more in God, to know that God really exists. That's how I feel. I can.
Good for you. I'm glad that I'm helping you to build your faith. That's why right now I want to help you build your faith even more. Can you pray right now that God should come down from heaven right now? Just pray. We want you to pray. Pray from the bottom of your heart with all your strength. Just pray.
My faith cannot take that. The Bible says we should not call the name of the Lord God in vain. What is he coming here to do?
Brother,
what is he coming here to do?
Does the Bible not say whatever you ask in my name, I will give it to you? So ask in Jesus' name, ask God to come here. How is it a sin for a son to ask for his father to come? That's not calling the Lord's name in vain. That's not calling the Lord's name in vain. When a son calls his father's name, that's not calling the father's name in vain. You literally told me that talking to me makes you feel like this is the closest you've gotten to the devil. So if you can call your God to come here, and by coming here, God can change my life, and change the life of everybody, why would you not want to do it? Bro, do you know that if you can make your God come here right now, even me, I will believe right now. I will believe right now. I will change my belief right now. I will begin to preach the gospel right now. All you have to do, bro, to make me preach the gospel is to tell God to come here right now. Please do it.
BAKANGA, you will be so good while preaching the gospel. You will be so good.
Brother, you're a wicked person. You're a wicked person.
I'm sorry, I'm wicked. I'm very sorry.
I said to you, look. If you want to save my soul, ask God to come here right now.
Okay, BAKANGA, I want to take it as an assignment.
Actually make the prayer. I'm not interested in anything.
I want to make it as an assignment, and I want to pray for you.
I'm not wasting my time with useless false promises. Bro, do you know how many people TB Judah prayed for who died? He told them that they were healed of HIV/AIDS, but they were not healed. You are scammers. Your reputation is a very disgraceful, useless, inconsistent reputation. If you want to hold a Christian accountable, they must be able to demonstrate in the present moment. I'm not letting you live this life and claiming that you're going to go and pray for me. That's because you're a scammer. If your God has power, listen, if your God has power, you don't need to go and pray later. You can pray right now and he will come right now. Your Bible says Jesus used to pray on the spot and God will manifest on the spot. If you're a Christian, it means you are like Christ. So you should be able to pray and Jesus will come. If you cannot do it, it's because you are lying. So you can say anything you want to say to me, bro. If you cannot pray, like Elijah prayed. The Bible says the prophets of Baal prayed all day and Baal did not come. But Elijah only prayed for 1 minute. He didn't even pray for 1 minute. He just asked God to bring fire. Fire came down immediately. Who are you? You must be a thief. You must be a scammer, because you are claiming to be associated with a God that can do anything, and yet you cannot even get your God to manifest himself. You are a liar. The devil is your father.
That's not true. The devil is not my father. I know my father.
Does the devil not say that the devil is the father of all liars?
No, the devil is not my father. I'm not lying.
Bro, does the Bible not say the devil is the father of all liars?
That's what the Bible said, but I'm not lying. That is what you
Just
should.
answer me yes or no. Does the Bible not say the devil is
Yes,
the father of all liars?
yes,
Okay, now let me ask you a question. Does God answer your prayers?
yes.
Okay, then pray for God to come here right now. Just pray.
Okay. How can you see if God is right here, right now? But you can't see because you are blind.
Bro, where's God right now? Where is he?
You can't see because you are blind. He's right here, right now.
Where?
You can't see because you are blind.
Where now? Tell me where he is. I can hear. At least I cannot see, but I can hear. At least I can hear his voice. Let him talk.
BAKANGA. On a very good day, we have encountered
You're a
yourself.
Yahoo boy. You're a
Thank
spiritual
you.
Yahoo boy.
Thank you, BAKANGA. On a very good day, you are going to have your personal encounter. Trust me.
Brother, you realize that I was a Christian for 25 years. I know all the bullshit, but I'm telling you.
You told me, let me tell you what you were then.
I was
You
raised
were,
in the
let me tell you
Pentecostal.
what happened. Let me tell you what happened to you. You were a Christian, but you never took your time to study the devil. That was your mistake. You never took your time to study how capable the wise of the devil, how the devil can the capacity of the devil. Yeah.
Is it right?
Yeah.
You realize that just because you're talking and air is coming out of your mouth, it doesn't mean that what you're saying makes sense, right? I am telling you that there is nothing that you know about Christianity that I don't know. There's no experience you can sit here and tell me that I don't even know and understand it better than you. If I begin to pretend like I'm a Christian right now, you would think that I have anointing.
There is one thing I know that you don't know about Christianity. One thing.
I have complete mastery over it.
There is one thing for sure that I know about Christianity that you don't know. One thing for sure.
What is it?
I know that there is God. You were a Christian, you never knew that there was God. Yeah. That's the one thing. That's the difference.
Prove that you know that there's God. And if you cannot prove that what you're saying is true, bro, your Bible calls you a liar, bro. I'm not giving you what I say. I'm saying what the Bible says. Prove right now that what you have said is the truth.
You are misinterpreting the Bible because the Bible is not known.
You can read English, misinterpreting what? So just because I'm holding you accountable for lying, you're going to tell me I'm misinterpreting? Brother,
you are misinterpreting the Bible.
What does the Bible say? In the book of Matthew chapter 7, not everyone who says, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he that does the will of my Father in heaven, right?
Yeah.
You are trying to tell me that Lord, Lord. You are saying, Lord, Lord. Show me that you're going to actually enter heaven. The Bible says a good tree cannot produce bad fruit and a bad tree cannot produce good fruit.
Yeah.
Many false prophets will come in his name, saying that I am Christ. That is what you are doing. All you're doing is talking. You're not doing the will of God. You're not demonstrating the will of God.
What is the will of God?
The will of God is that anything that you pray in the name of Jesus, God will do for you. Jesus says a city set on a hill cannot be hidden.
If I understand you very well.
I have asked you right now to pray to your God right here, right now. Let him come.
If I understand you very well, if I need to eat jollof rice this morning, I will say, God, please prepare jollof rice for me. God, go to the kitchen, go and wash my plate. God, can you please go? Is that the way you think God work?
Easy made. Eating jollof rice, can eating jollof rice save the soul of a person? Can it save my soul? I have said to you, listen, I have said to you right now, I've said to you right now, there is 297 souls right here, right now. So this is not a matter of jollof rice. This is people's eternity, right? From your perspective as a Christian, you believe that introducing people to Christ is for the sake of saving souls. All you have to do is to pray in the name of your God that let him come here.
I want to shock you. BAKANGA, I want to shock you now. I want to shock you. You don't know that your platform is winning souls to God. You don't know. Every day, people are here that through your platform, they are having change of mind. Even if you wait, hold on 1 minute, please, 1 minute.
Stop making. Listen. I could care less if it's saving souls for Christ because that's not my intention. My intention is not to save souls, win souls, all that useless nonsense. I don't even think that they are souls. I understand that there's no soul. I understand the dichotomy behind that specific linguistic. You understand? You are the one who's unskilled in the English language, so you don't even understand the words you are speaking out of your mouth. I don't blame you.
Okay,
I'm
soul is the soul. Is it not in the English dictionary?
You and I are not on the same level. You get it? You are uneducated, bro. You cannot speak the language that you are claiming to communicate in. So you're not even communicating. You don't even mean the things you're saying. You're just speaking words. If you knew how to properly speak English, there are many things that you have said to me right now that you wouldn't say.
That is what you want to say, because probably you stumble into an English-speaking country. Can you speak Italian?
Brother,
so if that is the measurement, that is to show you are not intelligent. Can you speak Italian language?
I was born and raised in Cameroon. Okay, right now I am speaking. Listen, just stop talking and listen. Right now I'm speaking to an English audience. When you came up here, you made it clear to me that you're not skilled at speaking English. So I don't expect you to demonstrate that skill that is necessary. The whole point of the English language in this specific context is communication. Direct communication, proper communication. So you and I, not only do you not have the ability to speak English, you don't even have the ability to understand what I'm saying, because I am speaking proper English, but you're not. Like you said, I can't speak Italian. So imagine me trying to argue with you in Italian. If I came up to you and I was trying to have an argument with you in Italian, then it would be my fault for not learning Italian.
Bakenga, you are leaving the context, because if there is any English I speak and you don't understand, I think that's the room. If you want to speak another mass language, the first thing a wise man will do is to take permission. Please, this language, I can't speak it so well like you. You live in America. You speak English better than me. Doesn't mean that you are more intelligent than me generally. Because I speak Italian better than you. So it doesn't mean that if you learn, hold on 1 minute. If you learn Italy from anywhere, before you speak Italian to me, if you are wise, you are supposed to take permission. So it doesn't mean I tell you live in America and you can speak good English. Does that make you smarter than me?
Izimo, if I say stop talking, just stop talking, bro. Like I said again, I've replayed it to you. When you came to my program, did I say anything in Italian? Did I bring up Italian? Bro, did I force you to come up here? When you came up here, wasn't I already speaking in English before you came here?
Of course.
Okay, so if the point of the conversation is English language communication, you think I was a fool for not speaking Italian? I already know I don't know how to speak Italian. And I don't expect an Italian person to come and talk to me unless they can also speak English. So if you can't speak English, you shouldn't be here. If you're here,
but at least we are communicating. We have been communicating. Yes. Have I ever asked you, what did you say? Have I ever asked you, I don't understand what you said, since we have been communicating? But look at it. You see that you are winning. You are losing on what we are talking about. You now brought the subject of English speaking. We are not in an English class. You would have wrote it that you need a head. Okay, continue.
You said to me when you first came up that you don't know how to speak English very well.
Good.
You said it to me already. What are you talking about, bro?
So how does that not come into what we are saying? Is it that you are having problems with my English?
I said something to you in English and your response was not.
What did you say? What did you say?
What I said.
Tell me.
I said the Bible says with God all things are possible, right?
I understand that.
No, you do not understand that. If you understand that, then demonstrate that understanding by asking God to come here right now. If you cannot do that,
all you need to do is to just prove like you think impossible is when. Okay.
Listen carefully. I don't want to argue with you, bro. I didn't come here tonight, so I'm going to say it to you directly. Okay? I'm going to say it slowly. If you don't make God come here, just be like, I cannot. And that proves my point. My point is that you cannot make God come here because
God is here. You can. It is you that has the fault that cannot know that God is here. It's not me that cannot make God come here.
Easy mode. Stop bullshitting, bro, and listen. I'm not just asking you to make God come here. If with God all things are possible, that means God can come here and we can all see Him. If He cannot do that simple task, that's because your God is fake. Just like in the days of Elijah. The task was that we should see if God can bring down fire from heaven. Elijah did not say, oh, the fire came down, but you people cannot see it. Do you realize how stupid that would be? Did Elijah Did Elijah say to them, oh, the fire came down, but you cannot see it? The fire came down. Everybody saw it. So Elijah took the sword and killed the prophets of Baal.
Okay, if God come here now, are you telling me that if God come here now, I will not kill you?
Easy dry, stop talking, bro. I'm not trying to argue with you. If you cannot do what I'm saying, just concede that you cannot do it. Stop arguing with me.
BAKANGA, what you are saying, you have that. I've came here to prove my point. I need to go because I prove my point that you have doubt that there is God. That's why you made the video. Anybody can go to your platform and watch the video.
Easy drive.
That's my point.
Easy drive. On that specific video, I am pretty sure I explained to you that the reason why you think that that was a demonstration of doubt is due to your lack of skill in the English language. There is something called hypothetical.
That's not correct. That's not correct, man.
Easy drive.
That's not correct. Yeah.
Easy drive. What is the definition of a hypothetical?
I don't know.
Okay. It's because you don't know that. So if you see it, you will not recognize it. Is that true? Is that fair?
Yeah.
That video is a hypothetical. But you don't know what a hypothetical is. That's why you don't know it.
Please, teacher, explain to me what is...
I already did. Unless your brain was not working when you started this show, I already explained to you how it was a hypothetical, bro.
Okay. Tell me what is hypothetical, please.
Bro, I'm not going to say it again. Go and educate yourself.
Please.
I will tell you what a hypothetical is if you can make God come here.
All right, man. All right, I need to go now. Thank you.
Please make God come here, please.
No, yes, not today. All right, man. Gracias. Thank you. Bad guy. All right. Okay. Good night, everybody. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your time. You bombastic liar. You see what I'm saying? Tell me what a hypothetical is. Well, make your God come here. Have you noticed how if you ask them to do something tangible, they always make up excuses? They are so desperate to have their God to be shrouded in mystery. Because when things are shrouded in mystery, it is easy for deception to flourish. When life is shrouded in mystery, it is easy for deception to flourish. That is why the Bible says Jesus is coming like a thief in the night, because if he doesn't come like a thief in the night, he won't be able to come. Oh, shit. As soon as a religious person sees accountability, or if you try to hold them accountable, all of a sudden, their God becomes a spirit. As soon as you want to hold them accountable, the first thing their gods will do, it goes right through into the spiritual realm. Mr. Baboon Monkey, you're a useless entity with just one follower. You're not worthy of my time, but I'm going to give you enough time to tell you that you are your name is worthy of you. You are worthy of your name. Your name says Baboon Monkey 34. The only thing you can see through is a baboon monkey. Bro, your profile name says Baboon Monkey. You have one follower. You have one follower, bro. How are you supposed to come up live with one follower? You see, you lack education. If you were educated, you would know that you need at least 1,000 followers to come up on TikTok. But why would I expect a baboon monkey to demonstrate the intelligence of a human being? No, you know what? I apologize, bro. I should respect your baboon monkeyness. You, my dear and fellow religious goats, why can you not defend your stance? Why can your God not manifest himself? Why have you lied to yourself? Why do you continue to lie to yourself? Why? Oh, why? Why would you not use your brain? Why have you rendered your brain useless? Why can't you think for yourself? Why are you afraid to die if dying is the only way for you to go to heaven? Why are you desperate to live if living is dwelling in a world that is passing away? Why do you have money in your savings account? Why do you work for money if money is the root of all evil? Why do you do everything that contradicts what you are preaching? O ye of inferior brains, I invite you to transform your brains into superior brains by thinking critically. You need to be able to criticize your own belief. That's what critical thinking is. You need to be able to critically criticize your own belief. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a wonderful night. Every once in a while, I like to go on these one-on-one monologues. I had fun tonight. Baboon monkey, you go and debate another baboon monkey. If you can debunk me, debunk me. Go ahead, debunk me. Try your best. And you're just going to be another victim. I will embarrass you. I will embarrass your grandfather. And I will also embarrass your great-grandfather, great-grandfather. I'll put your entire bloodline to shame. Maybe that shame would motivate you to start thinking for yourself. I really wish I could see the face of this person. I know that your stomach is turning in the inside. Anybody that has one follower and has no profile picture, I dare you to put your profile picture, you baboon monkey. Put your profile picture. If you cannot put your profile picture, nothing that you say has any credibility. Even your own religious people don't even respect you. Put your profile picture. Let's see who you really are. Or maybe you're living in the spiritual realm like your God. Anyways, pending any more guest requests and pending any more religious people that want to be embarrassed, ladies and gentlemen, this video will be up on YouTube. I recently put 2 videos on YouTube. I'm in the process of putting another one today. So look forward to it. The link to my YouTube is on my profile. Check it out. There is a multitude of other shows I have posted. You will be enlightened. All right, everybody. It's time for BAKANGA to vamos. At some point, I'm going to stream directly on YouTube. But as of right now, you can go anytime, Samuel Atheist. You don't have to be here. And don't come back because it's always going to be boring. My show is very boring, okay? My program is very boring. My goal is to bore you. Listen, if you're coming here so you don't want to be bored, this show is not for you. A critical thinker cannot be bored. That means you need to be rescued. If you're coming here to just a critical thinker cannot be bored because there's a lot to think about. A critical thinker always has something to think about. How could you possibly be bored? What's up, man?
I'm good, bro.
What you got for me, bro?
I just want to ask a question.
Ask away.
Okay, if this religion of a thing is not that serious, why is it that what's all these Illuminati, conspiracy, all these things? Why are they so serious in downgrading the name Jesus? Why are what's all this thing with Antichrist and all that with the world leaders? Because all this I really don't understand. That's why I'm asking.
If I don't like something, but I don't want you to know that I don't like it, what will I do?
If you don't like something and you don't want me to know you don't like it, I'm
What
trying
will I
to get
do?
you don't like something.
Will I pretend like I like it?
No.
Okay, so think carefully. Let's say I don't like Jesus,
Okay.
but I don't want you to know that I don't like Jesus. I will first pretend like I like Jesus. Then I will change my mind and act like I don't like Jesus. You will no longer know what to believe. You will spend the rest of your time wondering if this guy really likes Jesus or if he does not. Jesus is a character in a book that was used to control the world. The goal is to control people. The goal is not to diminish the name of Jesus or elevate the name of Jesus. The name itself is useless. It's the control, it's the ability to control people's brains. If you spend your time thinking that anyone that talks against Jesus means something special, that's because you are blind to the system. You don't understand how the system works. Jesus never existed. It was completely fabricated. Those people whom you are talking about, the Illuminati, who are trying to bring down the name of Jesus, they already know how you react. They know what you would do if they behave that way. They have already predicted your reaction. So when you react the way you're reacting, it does not take them by surprise. But by you reacting that way, you allow them to continuously control you. Sometimes a good way to control somebody is to do what they don't expect you to do. Sometimes the way you control someone is to do what they expect you to do. When you do what they expect you to do, then their behavior becomes predictable.
So basically what you're trying to say is them being antichrist now, like acting like antichrist, is just like a way of trying to make people believe more that there is Christ.
I have two hands. I have two hands.
Okay.
When I want to play with my dog, I put one hand up and I put the other hand up. I'll hold food in one hand, right? And I'll close my hand. Then I'll roll my hands around and put my hands together. The dog will not see which hand has the food. So every time I put the left hand, the dog will jump towards the left hand and I'll take it away. Then I'll put the right hand, the dog will jump towards the right hand and I'll take it away. The dog will never know which hand the food is in because the smell of the food is in both hands, but the food is really only in one hand. And he doesn't know which one because he did not see which one which hand the food went into. So every time I move the left hand, he will move. Every time I move the right hand, he will move.
So basically, just to keep the people confused or what?
That is control. That is how a puppet master moves the puppet. That's how the puppet master moves the puppet. Think of a video game. The video game, you control it with a controller. The controller has different buttons.
Okay.
You push whatever button you want the character and the video game to do. So yes, Those who are at the top of the world are using religion to control people the same way you do with a video game character. Quite literally, they all have the same masters. The Muslims, the Christians. It's like China and America. Let me tell you something, bro. We will never have a nuclear war, okay? We will never have a nuclear war. Nuclear weapons are not useful if you use them. Nobody wins a nuclear war. Nuclear weapons are only useful if you use it to threaten people. The African governments don't really know if America has nuclear weapons. All they know is that 50 to 60 years ago, America used a nuclear weapon. As far as if America still has nuclear weapons, they don't know. America can get rid of all their nuclear weapons today. As long as nobody find out, they can still claim that they have nuclear weapons and everybody will still be afraid of them. And because you don't want to find out, guess what? You will do what America says.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
They don't want you to know that they are the ones who created the character of Jesus. So they gave Jesus to you as your savior. And then they pretend like they don't like it. But in reality, they like it. They like when you believe. But in order to make you believe more, they have to act as though they are against it. The more they act like they are antichrist, the more you will become pro-Christ. And the more you are pro-Christ, the more they can control you because they are the ones who write the Bible. The Bible changes every 10 years. Are you the one who prints it? You don't think that they have control over the printed? Bro, if they wanted to eliminate Jesus, they will ban the Bible. They will ban churches. They will close all the churches in the world. They can do it. Why do you think they don't do it? Why do you think that churches don't pay taxes to the government? You think the government is a fool? Go to any country in the world. Churches don't pay taxes. So who is really the Antichrist here? If the government was really Antichrist, would they not make churches pay taxation? Anybody can open a church today and collect money and you will not pay a single dime of tax. The government forces everybody, even rich people pay taxes. Even rich people pay taxes. But churches don't pay taxes. You think that is by mistake?
I just feel like they don't care. Nobody cares.
Nobody's antichrist in this world. Christ is just a tool of manipulation.
Okay. I get you now. That's just what I want to ask.
Christians like to bring that up every once in a while.
Because if you look at the book of Revelations, there are some things that is being mentioned in the book of Revelation that we are experiencing now. So sometimes I would just wonder, like,
one thing,
like this gay of a thing, like man sleeping with men, all those kind of things, all this.
What, are you insane? Do you even know the history of the Romans? The Romans had it more than we have it today. There were more LGBT people in Rome than we have in the world today. In Rome, it was a national, almost it was a normal practice. Men were sleeping with men in ancient Rome. It was normal for them. It was very normal.
Because of the level what is going to right now, like.
So you think that it was happening in Sodom and Gomorrah, but it wasn't happening in other places? So it magically stopped. And then now it's happening again. Nah, bro. It's always been like that. But they don't want you to know that it's always been like that, so that they can make it seem like it's a problem. In those parts of the world, people were already doing all that nonsense. The world will never end. If you think that the world is going to end, you have been scammed. You're going to live a useless life and your children will be useless too. Those who know that the world will never end, they secure a future for their children. Anyone who believes that the world is going to end would never secure a future for their children. Your children, that's why poor people's children also always remain poor. Because most religious people are poor because they think the world is going to end. So they don't encourage their children to try new things and find new ways of doing things.
That's
You're
true.
all poor today. All of you religious people, you're poor because of your parents, because of how they raised you. They raised you to become, they raised you to be poorer than them. What's the point of building a house if Jesus is coming back very soon? If Jesus is coming back very soon, why do you need to buy land? Why do you need to save money in the bank? Why do you need to save money for retirement? If you are so sure that Jesus is coming back soon, what's the need to have grandchildren? What's even the need to have children? Why are you people having children if Jesus is coming back very soon? Confused goats. Confused goats.
All right, bro. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate.
This is just a vape, y'all. It's not as bad as you think. I'm pretty sure you can see me blowing the smoke in and blowing it out. I don't inhale the smoke. And this thing only has like 0.05% nicotine in it.
Then why are you smoking it when you're not?
Because it's harmless. And I can do it for recreational purposes. The same way that you play video games, the same way that you drink water. Do you know that the water that you drink in the store has a chemical in it called fluoride? Do you know that fluoride is toxic to a human being? Do you know that you cannot purify water without poisoning it? If you drink water from a bottle, it has fluoride in it. Fluoride is worse than this. Please, let's not be ignorant. Come on now. Look
All
at
right,
them. They
bro.
don't know what fluoride is. You are not Bill Clinton. Educate yourself, y'all. Education is free. Education is free. Education is definitely free. Not all smokes are harmful. Use your brains. Our ancestors used to smoke their entire lives and they will live to be 140, 120. If you can see God behind me, that means you're not vaping, you're smoking some bad shit. Stop smoking that bad shit. The shit you're smoking is laced. If you can see God behind me right now, you're smoking that cuckoo gaga, that jiggy jiggy, that dum dum, bambala bam bam. Hell yeah, I moved into a new apartment. No, I do not work for Southwest. I do not work for Southwest. I work for Northwest. I'm busy, but I have a little bit of free time these days. I have a little bit of free time these days. He said, your God is Bakanga. Nah, Jay-Z works for me. No, I'm not an avionics technician. I'm a structures. I specialize in structures, but I also work on power plants and airframe. I have enough understanding of the avionics, but avionics is not my favorite thing to do. Just because I'm colorblind, I don't really like to mess with avionics too much. It's just a vape. Come on, people, relax. It's like a hookah. It's like a hookah vape. I don't really have much in mind for this year. I won't lie to you. Oh, you mean September 16th? Ooh, you see. You would see. Yes, Shalani, it's okay. Natalia, if you don't understand life, you should fly out and come see me. We'll talk. Make some time. Yeah, King Kola, what did you work on? Planes, cars, trains, or trucks? TB Joshua was a smart scammer. Oh yeah, military helicopters, huh? I don't know if the earth is flat. The earth is not flat, but the world is flat. The earth is not flat, but the world is flat. If you don't get it, forget about it. The earth is definitely not flat, but the world is flat. Oh, there's no confusion there. Oh, there's definitely a difference between the earth and the world. If you don't know if you know the difference between the earth and the world, then you know what I'm talking about. There's really not much to explain. It is what it is. Think to yourself, what is the earth and what is the world? I studied all types of things. No, the world is not the earth. Use your brain. The earth that you're thinking about, no one has ever seen it. The world that you're talking about, no one has ever seen it. The earth that you guys are talking about, no one has ever seen it. Of course, I'm not a real smoker, bro. I told you. I just blow it in and blow it back out. I don't inhale. God is a product of false hope. Any human being that believes in God is a domestic human. Somebody has captured your brain and put it in a box, Master G. Your brain is in a box. In other words, you are brainless. The earth is not flat. It's your brain. If the earth is flat, explain mountains. Explain mountains. How can the earth be flat if we have mountains? How can the earth be flat if we have mountains?
Play fight in the dark and we both make
What's up, buddy?
I do anything just to feel your love. Why you got me so messed up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Be a good girl now, turn around and get these whips. You know you like it.
Oh, man.
You don't have to fight back. Here's a pillow.
Okay, all right. I'll come back.
And I'll be setting separate.
Don't come back, bro. You should be smart enough to not bring the music. I'm 100 more times intelligent than Jesus because Jesus doesn't exist. I exist. So naturally, I'm intelligent, more intelligent than Jesus. Why do you guys like to spend your times arguing about things that you don't know? If you want to know what the earth is, why don't you just go to space and see yourself? Go to space and look at it. And oh, please let me know when you go to space so I can come and video it. And take a camera with you when you go up there. You should use critical thinking, not just to critically think about religion, but also critically think about even science. Science is not anti-critical thinking. That is why sometimes science can be proven wrong. Science does not mind being proven wrong. Science is very welcoming to critical thinking. In fact, it is due to critical thinking that scientists make progress. Do you know how many people have tried to prove that Einstein was wrong? The day that anyone proves that Einstein is wrong, then they will provide evidence.
Yo, what's up? Where the Christians at?
They're not here tonight because I'm getting ready to bounce out of here. I was supposed to have been gone like 30 minutes ago, but I've just been bullshitting.
I knew they was afraid to come up. Yeah, shoot. I think they've been in shambles these past couple of days, finding out stuff with TD Jakes and everything. They're just like, oh, everything's falling apart, it's crumbling.
It's the end times, man. It's time for them to go get into their bunkers.
We just need another pastor to get exposed, and they're just gonna fall. They're just gonna fall in place.
I don't even know if it's really getting exposed, bro, because when all this bullshit happens, bro, rumors always go around in the churches, bro. Rumors always go around the churches, and people know this shit.
Yeah.
It's just that when it gets on social media, it becomes a big deal. But the people who go to TDJ's church, they already know that he's a pervert.
Yep, they do. And it usually ends up being this stuff only gets out because someone finally got to a breaking point and they finally want to expose the person that they've been chilling with in these churches. But to be fair, this started because the Diddy situation, but you know, this stuff usually happens when somebody got wronged and now they want to be vocal about what's been going on.
Bro, the thing with Diddy is that only certain type of people are famously known to be invited to Diddy's parties, bro.
Right.
You're not going to Diddy's party, bro. Like, it's a very short list of people. You get it? It's not like Diddy's party is like a rave where anyone can buy a ticket and go. Nah,
It's a
it's invitation only. Like, he got to know you. You got to know him. He got to be okay with you, and you got to be okay with him to go there. Like, you know exactly what goes on there when you go there. You're not going there and then getting surprised like, ooh, hold up, there's a bunch of men hanging out here. Damn, why that dude wearing a skirt? Like, you don't go there and be surprised. Now, you already know what the heck is going on there before you go there.
Oh yeah, TD Jakes knew what's up. I think his family owns that news outlet, the Shade Room. They report on like all the rappers and stuff, and any black entertainment news and stuff. So, they've been in this world a while. I just didn't know about TD Jakes until this Diddy thing. So TD Jakes is new to me. I can care less about what TD Jakes is doing. I just find the situation very funny. What I find, see.
You did not know about a preacher that's built like a potato? What?
Man, but I don't be tuning into all these religious people and stuff. I steer clear of them. But the funny thing of the situation is all the Christians casting stones at him when they're also sinners too. I think that's the funniest thing from the situation.
That's how Christianity is built, bro. Like, you cannot get famous in the Christian world without stepping on other Christians. Like, the people who go to Christian people's churches are not people that did not used to be religious. No. Like, when a Christian starts a church, the people that come to his church got to leave other churches and come there. So it's a competition, bro. Like, they're not producing any new converts. They don't have new converts. The percentage of new converts is like 0.005. It's a very little percentage.
Yeah, you got nothing but Christians hopping around from church to church. Even my parents did the same thing growing up. We was hopping from church to church to church, and like never had a consistent church home. They just hopping around different ones.
It's like Burger King and McDonald's, bro. Like, the people that go to Burger King already like burgers. The people that go to McDonald's already like burgers. So if you chose not to eat McDonald's anymore and you go to Burger King is not trying to invite new people to come and eat burgers. Like, it's not trying to convert people who don't eat burgers. Like, Burger King is not trying to sell food to vegans, bro. Burger King is trying to sell food to people that go to McDonald's. That's how the competition works. Like Target and Walmart, bro. Walmart is not trying to sell things to people that go to Walgreens. Like, people that go to Safeway. Walmart is trying to sell shit to people that go to Target. That's their competition. That's how competition works, bro. Like, the Republicans are not fighting with the Russians. The Republicans are disputing with the Democrats, bro, because those are Americans. So you got to see, like, Christians, bro, they fight among each other, bro. Like, and they like to pretend like that shit doesn't happen. But it's literally most Christians pastors build their entire career criticizing other Christians, calling them false prophets, calling them liars and thieves, and condemning them to hell. That's literally what happens.
Yeah, and well, to that point, BAKANGA, I remember this was like 2 years ago. I went to church, and this is one of the other reasons where I was like, all right, yeah, I'm done with this. So my cousin was part of the choir, and she didn't come to church one day. She had to take care of something serious. And the pastor, who's a friend of the family, out of nowhere randomly just called her out for not showing up to church. And mind you, her mother, my auntie, is sitting in the front row, and she just let her call her daughter out like that. And I'm like, you just gonna allow this? Like, mind you, she goes to church. She went every Sunday, singing on the choir, doing what you gotta do. But she had to take not show up for a day, take care of some important stuff, and you call her out for not showing up to church just for one day. It's like, come on now. That really made me feel some type of way. Like, that's disrespectful. That wasn't even cool.
Because the pastors gain so much control over people that they become entitled.
Yeah.
They become entitled to your loyalty. They expect you to do what they say. It's control, bro. It's control. It doesn't matter how nice your pastor is. Like your pastor desires to control your life. That's why he calls himself a pastor. The word pastor is the Latin word shepherd. You're like a sheep to him. You're not smart enough. He's got to tell you what the heck to do. And if you don't do what your pastor says, you're a bad sheep.
Yep, that's why we tell these individuals, they don't follow God. They follow behind you follow behind humans, follow behind men.
Exactly. If pastors really cared about you going to heaven, they wouldn't mind if you went to a different church every Sunday.
Well, it's because these pastors have a monetary gain in it, so that's all. That's why they specifically care how many care about trying to keep people because they have a monetary gain that they're getting out of it.
That's why all these modern churches, bro, they like copy a lot of what the secular world does. Like you go to these mega churches now, bro, they do their music the same way as they do in raves. The only
Right.
thing they haven't provided beer. But in the future, bro, you'll be able to drink in church, bro. I'm telling you, watch. Within the next 10 years, bro, you'll be able to go to church and drink beer.
It's gonna happen soon. That's
Like church will be a straight up party, bro. People will just go there to party.
yeah.
I'm telling you.
Actually, there's actually I was on.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. At some point, I'm gonna organize Sunday parties where people show up and we just play a bunch of music and drink beer.
BAKANGA, I seen on Instagram.
In the name of Donald Trump.
Preach. But BAKANGA, I saw on Instagram there was this like it's I don't know where is it. It looked like I think it was it's probably in Texas. It was this club where like these Christians was just selling stuff, and it looked like a club setting. They're all grouped up together. It looked like a cult, and they were just like raving, but it's just the Christian music and stuff. And I'm like, oh shoot, this is one of the new ways to get Christians in Christian nightclubs.
Bro, it's not just nightclubs. The churches where they don't play the nightclub music, bro, they do their services in the exact same way that the Freemasons do their meetings.
Right.
Where do you think they got the blueprint from, bro? The whole idea of making a stage, putting a pulpit, having an altar. That's the same shit that the satanic people do, bro.
Yeah.
You go to a shrine, they got an altar. They're just copying, bro. It's just business. It's business. And the more weird the shit you do, the more people you attract because people like weird shit.
Right. That's what at my old church, my pastor, what she used to do, like she literally, I mean, not as crazy as the mega church pastors, but like she's literally walking over chairs and stuff, doing flips and tricks and stuff. She gets real active. She gets real active doing the most and extra stuff. Not really preaching anything new, but she had to find a way to pull in the audience, and if you got to make yourself look like a fool, they gonna do it.
Shit, I was gonna get off like 2 hours ago.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you gotta go, BAKANGA, it is what it is. But wait, can I ask you a quick question, BAKANGA?
Yeah, go ahead, man. It's chill, man. It's chill for now.
All right, BAKANGA. Now, all the audience needs to know too. Are you gonna get Grand Theft Auto 6, BAKANGA?
Say that again.
Are you gonna get Grand Theft Auto 6?
Oh, Grand Theft, of course, bro.
All right. Wait, which console you getting it on? PlayStation, Series X, PC? PS5. All right, I'm gonna get it on PS5 and Xbox.
I'm not really all about Xbox, bro. I'm not into the Xbox world, man. Maybe I should try it.
Are you mainly into PlayStation because the exclusives, or you just like the console itself?
Yeah, just the console itself. I used to play. My first console was an Xbox, but eventually I just got into a PS.
My first console was a Super Nintendo. That was my first introduction to gaming. Was a Super Nintendo.
I didn't get my first console until I was 15 when I came to America.
Dang. Well,
Shit,
at
you know
least
how rich your parents got to be in Africa for you to have a console? Shit.
well, at least you did get to experience it. Now you're consistently gaming.
Exactly. My favorite game to play is FIFA, FC.
I never really been into sports games, but a sports game I did like was this it was this basketball game. It wasn't any of the NBA games. It was like called Street Ball or something.
Yeah.
It was called NBA Street. NBA Street. It was like NBA Street Ball.
Yeah, I used to play NBA Live back in the day on PS Xbox. Xbox One. Xbox Two actually. Was it Xbox Two? No.
Now,
Xbox One.
Xbox One. You talking about Xbox One or Xbox 360?
Yeah, or Xbox Live. They had Xbox Live too. Bro, I don't even remember my Xboxes, bro. You know I'm not into Microsoft shit like that. I like Microsoft products on computers and phones, but not the game console.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I joined the Microsoft ecosystem. I kind of got off of Apple. Well, I just had an Apple. I never had an Apple phone. I left my Apple laptop. I got tired of it. I was like, gotta move over to the Microsoft ecosystem. Might as well convert all the way to the cult.
These days I just play video games to distract myself. Yeah.
Honestly, I've been gaming less and less because I've just been so busy with work and other things. But I still find time to do it. Honestly, I'm really just kind of bored with most of the new games right now because it's not anything interesting I want to play that's of my liking. Because I like to play a lot of open world games. There's not really any good ones right now that are of my liking that I want to try. So I just been kind of bored of the games coming out as of now.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not bored of gaming. I'm just bored of the games that they're making because they're not drawing my attention.
It's also because maybe you're growing older too. So
That too. That's also a factor. I mean, I'm 24 right now, so that could also be a factor. I think I'm turning to an old man. So that's happening.
the sun is not the moon, Natalia. The sun is not the moon. Thank you for your time, my brother. I appreciate you, man. Let me get off this thing, man.
Thanks for having
Ladies
me.
and gentlemen, it was a nice night tonight. I hope you guys had a good time. And we shall see ourselves tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll get back to the old routine. I'll whoop religious people's ass with the truth. When they see me now, they run in the opposite direction.